Ay, 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 ay。
壊れそうなエンジン音、青い海を越えて二人を乗せた旅客機はえなく不時着。揺れる揺れる救命棒、沈まないで濡れたスカートを託し上げた。スマホの広がるオーシャン、一人でいじけてたのは山水ポカポカ しゃいさいっぺん踊ってらっしゃい今日の朝取れたばっかりだよまた旅温度結構毛だらけ周り見渡せば猫だらけ止まらない縦横無尽の大暴走川のせせらぎは春を待つ眠っていた本能が暴れ出すそれにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃにゃほら感じるよニャニズムニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャニャ
Good morning, Kit Brigade. Insane Kitten here. We're here for another morning stream. I finally made it. For another morning stream. Alright, we are getting back into Chaos Child. I don't even remember the last time I was playing this game. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna click through on this video before I unmute it. There we go. The opening video can be pretty loud. And unmute. Alright, here we go. Chapter 2. Wonder how many chapters there are in this game. My room hadn't changed at all since I'd left half a year ago. It still had the same shelves, same desk, and same bed. Everything was as I remembered it. I figured it would have either been turned into a storage room or be covered in dust. I checked my pockets for my phone, only to realize that I dropped it at the hospital. And that those two weird people had picked it up. I couldn't do it. I tried to remember what happened at the hospital, but instead I found myself thinking about the girl in the next room. My body was tired. My brain was telling me I needed to think about everything that had happened tonight, but I felt too exhausted. So I took out the scrapbook from its usual spot on the shelf. The same articles, the same incidents from the past. I'd seen them so many times I was tired of reading about them. The newspaper article was from around 6 years ago during the Shibuya earthquake. The title was Robbery at a Refugee Shelter? My parents' names were in the article. Sanae Miyashiro, Eriko Miyashiro. The article had said the two of them had been killed by an unknown assailant. When I found out about this several months ago, I'd left the dorm and gone to live in Miyashita Park. I'd been told about my parents' death when I'd woken up from my coma about a year after the earthquake, but Dad and Kurusu had told me that they'd been killed in the earthquake. I closed the scrapbook and put it back on the shelf. He found out the truth. The fact that my parents were murdered instead of simply dying in the earthquake was a shock to me. But I think it was a lot less of a shock than Dad and Kurusu expected. I'd experienced the earthquake personally. I'd seen for myself how awful the looting and the robbery was. My parents had neglected me and spent all their time at work. Oh, really? Backspace 1. Tips? Neglect. A type of abuse. In this case, it refers to parental neglect of a child. Examples of neglect include a failure to provide food, a failure to provide care during a time of illness, a failure to provide a child a healthy environment, and a failure to show interest in a child. Neglect can also be shown to the elderly and disabled by those in a position to care for them. That's sad. Oh, no. Oh. No. I always hit escape, and that's for, like, quitting the game. There we go. The 5.5 years that had passed since their murder crushed my any desire I had to find the killer and take revenge. No, maybe I would have never wanted to take revenge in the first place. My curiosity just made me want to find them. It was a shock to me that Dad and Kurusu were keeping it secret. They were 2 rules at Aoba dorm. After dinner, everyone had to gather around the dinner table and talk, and no one was allowed to keep secrets. Just before I'd left, we'd had a huge fight. During the fight, Kurusu had told me she didn't want to make things any worse after I'd woken up from my coma. But at the time, that sounded like nothing but an excuse. I thought we weren't supposed to keep secrets, Kurusu. I'd called her by her last name. Not her last name. By the time I'd calmed down enough to think about how she must have felt, I'd already moved to Miyashita Park. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door.
私、入っていい?
It was Yui's voice.
どうした?
Oops. Missed it. Oh well. No biggie.
ちょっと。
The two of them were together like usual. Yuta looked like he was so tired he could barely stand. The only reason that she'd brought him was probably that if he woke up in the dark alone, he'd be scared. This was another sight that brought back a lot of memories.
久しぶり、タクルに。
ああ、ダメだろ、こんな時間に。
I didn't know how late it was exactly, but it probably was long past 3 a.m.
ちょっとくらいいいじゃん。ののね、大丈夫そうだった？
うん。今寝てるよ。
そっか、よかった。
Yui looked truly relieved.
まったく、ののねもいくら日課だからってあんな時間にお参りなんて行くから。
え？
タクル兄からも言っといてよね。
クルスがお参りだって。
え？
My heart skipped a beat. What was Kurusu doing? How much could she...
タクル兄ちゃん。
Wait, did you just wake up? The Yuta suddenly opened his eyes.
どうした?
She just dragged her poor brother like half asleep. Then he put his head against Yui's shoulder and stopped moving. Yui sighed and held Yuto up so that he didn't fall over.
タクルに何があったか知らないけどさ、とっとと帰ってきてよね。お風呂の掃除当番溜まってるんだから。あと買い出し当番も。
She's tallying it up in her head. All that cleaning. I froze, unsure of what to say. Yui gave up on holding him steady and put him on her back.
部屋綺麗でしょ。のの姉がいつも掃除してるから。
Aww, Nono cleans it.
じゃあ、おやすみ。
ああ。
I slid my hand across the desk. There wasn't a single speck of dust. The second I saw this, I felt a sharp pain deep in my nose and my vision blurred. I sat down, unable to stand. I felt the familiar sensation of the chair and stared at the wall I'd seen a million times before.
なんだよ。
When I left here, the biggest thing I felt wasn't rage at being betrayed by Dad and Kurusu. It was that I was different than everyone else. After I'd gotten so sick of the wrongsiders in elementary school that I'd stopped going altogether after my parents had neglected me, this was the one place in my life that had been different. Kurusu, Yui, and Yuto had all lost their parents in the earthquake, just like me. This was a family made of people who'd all gone through the same thing, but I was different. I wasn't just a victim, I was a victim whose parents had been murdered. I was the one person who was different. I was special. I wasn't like everyone else. Sister.
弟というか家族でもなんでもないじゃんか。僕たちは
Then the tears started. In my head, I apologized to Kurusu again and again, and as I sat there, unable to get up from my chair. Oh, okay, I'm not gonna read all this out loud anyway. What the hell? Do you know where I can get some chunko? Chunko? Interesting. I lolled. Is it wrong or fat kind of want some chunko? People like us can't do anything without getting the cops called. Reproduction prohibited, lol. Whose face looked very similar to the face on the symbol stickers, repeated. I like these kind of Reddit sort of pages, or what 4chan I guess this would be emulating. I'm gonna be honest, talking to a schoolgirl was a no-no. Talking to a schoolboy would also be a no-no. The only safe option would be to go find a real sumo wrestler and ask him. Actually, I think I saw this guy a week ago. He was running down Tamagawa Street really sweaty. He kept mumbling, "Chunko, chunko, chunko." He really did look like the sumo sticker guy. Maybe he was a model for them? Someone, what's a sumo sticker? Someone tell me. Someone tell me if you ever got his chunko. I want to see this picture. I would piss myself if a guy like that talked to me. Lol. A guy who looks like the sumo sticker? Says who? Japan is such a peaceful place. In other words, he'd been looking for his chunko for a whole week. Let's hope when they arrest him, they give him chunko instead of katsudo. Anyway, I feel like some chunko now. I feel like I have to look up this chunko stuff now. What is this chunko? Chunko. Let's look it up, guys. Chunko nabe. Sumo stew. Sumo stew is a robust hot pot filled with all kinds of vegetables and tons of protein in a rich dashi and chicken broth. Interesting. Looks good. It kind of looks like a hot pot. A sort of hot pot. Now I could go for some hot pot. That hot pot.
少しずつ。でも確実に、歴史シールというものが、人々の間に不確実な噂として浸透し始めていた。噂は集団の中で憶測を呼び、ありもしない幻影、つまりは妄想を生み出していく。一度動き出した歯車はもう、誰にも止められないのだということに、僕らは気づいていなかった。
That sounds sinister. (2 p.m.) As the whole school got excited for the start of the culture festival in 2 days, our club room was quiet as a tomb. The only sound was Setika's occasional fiddling with her cell phone strap, but that would quickly stop and only the silence would remain. Kazuki had even stopped playing ESO too. Everyone had looked miserable when they'd heard about Kurusu.
ごめんごめん。お待たせ。
The teacher came in with his usual dopey grin.
会議が長引いちゃってね。無茶なこと言われるこっちの立場も考えてほしいもんだよね。まったく。
Jeez. He looked around at us and scratched his head.
ね、新聞部のことなんだけれど。
Everyone looked at him. That's why we'd been waiting to hear what he had to say.
やっぱり、当分の間は活動休止にするそうだ。
Oh no. Shut down, I repeated the words in my
決
mind.
定ですか？
こうなっちゃった以上はね。
See, I don't know if, like, shutting down the newspaper club would have been the best thing to do, because one of their students got stabbed, I guess. and so the school felt like it was best idea to shut down the newspaper club. I don't understand that line of thinking though. Kurusu hadn't told Yui and Yudo, but before she'd been taken to the hospital, the police had asked her several questions. She'd had to tell them what she was doing out there. Of course she would, otherwise she'd have no reason to explain the camera. And after the incident at the Love Hotel, teachers probably had it in for us to begin with. Oh, okay, now I understand why. So, No, aka Kurusu, admitted to what they were doing. Thinking back, it was a miracle we weren't shut down after the Love Hotel case.
ただ一個条件というか命令というか罪滅ぼしっていうんじゃないんだろうけどなんて言ったらいいかな。
いや、何でもいいですから。なんです。
Oh, this would allow them to stay operational.
ね。
He looked down at the paper he was holding.
君たち渡部智明って知ってるかい？
Huh?
ネット記者のですか？
そうそう、ニコニア動画の。宮代くんよく知ってるね。
いえ。
Of course I knew it. He was famous to anyone who used Nikonia, and the club had just been talking about the video he made the other day. And a lot of class knew about him from his job at Nikonia too.
彼から文化祭で新聞部と対談したいっていうオファーが来てる。
は？
なんで？
さあね、もともとうちの文化祭を渡部さんは取材することになっていたらしいんだけどね。ほら、うちって結構有名だから。
Was it about the Restoration Festival? It's true that our cultural festival was considered to be part of the run-up to the big Shibuya Restoration Festival.
で、その際にぜひ新聞部と対談したいって言うんだ。なんでも君たちが作成した新聞に興味があるらしくてね。
マジかよ。
The newspaper we'd made. He was probably talking about the video we'd made on the sumo stickers, the one that had gotten all those views because Watabe had come out with the same article at almost the same time.
僕は知らなかったんだけど、最近結構有名な人らしいじゃないか。それで学校側としては断りにくくてね。活動は休止だけど、その対談だけはこなしてほしいって言うんだよ。対面として。いいかな？
いいかなって言われても。
It was also sudden that I was having a hard time processing it. And wait.
学校側からの指示なんですよね。
He nodded. Then we didn't have the right to refuse, did we?
わかりました。
よかった。
At least they get to stay operational.
本当は廃部って言われてたところ、この件で粘って休止にしてもらったからさ。
Oh my god, permanently? Oh wow, temporary. That wasn't funny.
対談は文化祭初日、あさってだから。細かい段取りはまた明日連絡するよ。あとそれから。
Also, I don't know what's up with the lip sync. Someone commented before that the lip syncing was not so great here. They were like, why does it look so crappy here? And you'd think it'd be better on the PC.
クルス君からの伝言なんだけど。
I guess it's okay.
部の活動自体は本日から休止だから文化祭の記録映像を撮ったりはもうできない。その代わり生徒会の手伝いをしてほしいそうだ。自分の空いた穴を埋めてくれって。
そっか、のんちゃん会長だもんね。
今度の文化祭は盛り上がってるからね。手が足りないんだ。生徒会顧問としてもぜひ頼むよ。
Normally I'd turn down any requests from student council. Right now, it didn't bother me at all.
わかりました。
助かるよ。じゃあ後で生徒会室に顔を出してね。
渡部と対談って。マジか。
That was a pretty big deal, yeah. No one had come to interview this newspaper club since its founding, but this wasn't entirely a good thing. The club had been shut down, but we were still having an interview with someone famous. And more than anything, I thought about Kurusu, who was still at home in bed. Sadaka stood up from her seat. She walked over to the windowsill and opened the window. Chilly air blew into the room.
尾上？
She suddenly leaned out the window and screamed. And then she leaned back inside and closed the window.
よし切り替えようタク、しんちゃん、はなちゃんほらタク、仕切ってよ
え？
のんちゃんからの頼まれ事でしょやれるとこからやろう
Sadaka looked right at me as she spoke. Ito and Kazuki turned toward me as well.
タク
Fine, fine. I slapped myself in the cheeks to help me focus. The place where Kawahara hit me still stung.
よし。じゃあまず、伊藤、生徒会室に行って生徒会から何をやればいいか指示を仰いできて。
俺？お前は？
僕は行かない方がいい。
I pointed to my cheek. Ito nodded. Kawahara was the vice president of the student council.
ああ、私も行くよ
わかった。じゃあ和樹は。
Does she go back to playing her game? She's going back to her game, huh?
何すればいいか分かったら手伝ってくれよ。
She nodded, just a little.
お前は？
渡部との対談の準備をしておくよ。多分力士シールの動画に関することだと思うけど。
だよな。何なんだろうな、このタイミングで。
That was a good question, yeah. Why would a reporter come meet with the people who'd ended up starting a flame war over one of his articles? He definitely wasn't coming to apologize.
しんちゃん行くよ
ああ。
I pulled Watabe's article up on the PC screen.
まだ緩く炎上してるな。
The pace of the comments was starting to slow down, but they remained basically negative. There was no way Watabe wouldn't have noticed that. Of course he would have noticed our video as well. A lot of the comments were posting a link.
なんだって言うんだ。
Did he want to ask us something about the sumo stickers? No, he wouldn't need to do an interview if that was the case. And in any event. He'd uploaded a close-up photo of the sumo sticker and revolving dead, which he hadn't been able to incorporate into our video even though we'd been at the scene. We'd had to go back to the Love Hotel and upload a photo we'd taken from the street. To be honest, our article was basically the same as his, but his photos were a lot better. I couldn't imagine there was anything he wanted to ask us.
もしかして病院のこと？
That was impossible. No one but me and Sedeka knew about it. No, there was no point in thinking about it. I needed to get ready for the interview and then do what Kurusu asked me.
Huh?
Huh? Something bothered me, so I went over to the board.
回転デッドの力士シールのアップの画像は。
I carefully removed the one that was on the board. I knew it.
表情が違ってる。
Dun dun dun. Revelation. I went back to in front of the map and put the picture back on. The photo that we'd taken of the sticker and the sticker in Watabe's article were different. What was going on with that? Once everyone got back to the club room, I talked to them about it. I guess you can ask him when you interview. October 8th, 2015, Thursday. 11:45 p.m. The Shibuya Earthquake Memorial. Hey, look, more Japanese names for me to mess up. Whee! Sup, Chrysius? The town was silent as if it didn't know she was there. She was standing before the names of the dead, as unmoving as the stone in front of her. In fact, it was hard to tell that she wasn't dead herself. The wind that blew down from the tops of the buildings refused to touch her scraggly hair. Are we seeing another murder? Another murder. Hello, Liverpool the best. How are you? The eyes that poked out through her hair were cloudy and lifeless, and her lip was pressed into a frown. She must not have bathed recently because the smell around her was terrible. Her black clothes melted into the darkness, making the red jacket stand out a little against the gloom. Why is she walking like that? Doing good. How are you? I'm doing alright. Killing time before work, enjoying the faster interwebs. Nice. That'll be really good for gaming, huh? Sound came from her lips. She pressed her jaw together as if trying to crush a piece of meat. Her leg dragged along as she started to walk, heading toward the ground. In that moment, she stood out from the scene around her. The hair pressed against her face made it impossible to read her expression, but the most noticeable thing about her wasn't the stench or the sound of gritting teeth. It was anger and rage. Anger and rage covered everything about her. Her legs came to a stop. She reached out a glove-covered hand and touched her name on the memorial. What is? She dug her fingernail into it. She scratched again and again as if trying to rub it out. A nail broke inside the glove, unable to handle the force. What the hell? Ugh. But she didn't stop. She ignored the blood dribbling out of her glove as if she didn't feel any pain. Red continued to stain the memorial stone. What the fuck is going on here? The date changed. It was now October 9th. There was only one day left until October 10th, the date of the Next Generation Madness killing. Dun dun dun. Oh, with this. Who's Amy? I apologize for the wait. The test images? Spreading rapidly, as expected. Maintain things as they are. Yes. And the target? We'll make contact with a reporter named Watabe tomorrow. Kill him. Watabe's gonna die. That's the reporter that we're going to have an interview with. Achievement unlocked. School Festival. October 9th, 2015. Friday.
さて、以上のように私の取材によって一連の事件はニュージェネレーションの狂気と呼ばれたあの事件を踏襲していると断言しても良いと思われるわけですが、その事実にこの私とほぼ同じくして気づいた動画がアップされていたのを皆さんご存知でしょうか。そうです。渋谷区にある碧峰学園の新聞部による動画です。私のようにジャーナリズムを目指すと思われる若者たちがこうして育ってきていることは非常に喜ばしい限りです。そして当の渋谷ではあの忌まわしい事件からの再出発を記念すべく
His mustache looks really questionable in this picture.
それに先立ちまして私はその碧峰学園にて明日文化祭が行われるという情報を入手いたしました。そう、その通り。さすが勘のいい皆さんはすでにお分かりのようですが、明日の午後文化祭中である碧峰学園に赴き新聞部に突撃インタビューを行おうと考えております。ジャーナリズムを目指す若者たちの今、そしてもちろん彼らがどのようにして私と同じ情報を得事件の裏に隠された共通点に到達することができたのか、彼らとの対話によっては事件の犯人像にさらに近づけるかもしれません。真実の追求、それが我々ジャーナリストの使命であり証であります。それでは本日の放送はここまでです。明日の対談、果たしてどんな話が飛び出すのか、そして事件の真相はお見逃しなく。
お疲れ様でした。
They do a lot of sighing in this I was gonna say anime. Visual novel. It is kind of like watching an anime. Hi, Weebster.
何がジャーナリストの使命だ。
Hi, Limebreak. I guess also my step cousin.
え、
いや、なんでもないよ。
そう
All
っ
I
す
see
か。
is true colors
そ
here.
れより見てくださいよ、今日のカウント数新記録。それだけ世間の注目が高いってことっすね。
Yeah, yep, your substandard anime stuff. Lol. Oh, I can't believe you called it that. Substandard anime.
当たり前だろ。俺がやってんだから。
Do they want to see you though? I don't know about
Yeah.
this. He looks evil.
そうっすか
Like really scummy looking.
まあ明日の放送も楽しみにしてますよ
Streaming early today. Yeah, according to my schedule, I'm supposed to be streaming in the mornings. Monday to Thursday. So I'm trying to keep to it.
任せておけ。明日はもっとカウントいく放送にしてやるよ。
It's just last week was kind of a little off. I had to like not I wasn't able to stream during some mornings, so I would switch to the evenings.
そう。
You sound like a jellyfish
この
today.
俺
Why,
の手でな。
thank you. I'm gonna take that as a compliment, Lime. I appreciate that. I'm sure that you you look like a jellyfish today too, then Line Break. There you go. That was my nice compliment for the day. Who is this? All these stairs. Wow. You're welcome, Line Break. It was a compliment. I've seen her. She looks hot. No, I'm talking about Line Break, not me. Lol. I put the cardboard box I was carrying down on the desk. Finally, I was able to relax. Wait, are you saying you've seen Line Break too? Limes are not sexy. I mean, I don't know. I don't try and pretend I know what people like. We don't kink shame here, even with tequila. Compared to the physical therapy I'd done after my coma, this was nothing, but my arms and legs were sore.
大体どうして僕たちが生徒会の仕事なんて。
Fun fact, I don't like tequila. I actually hate it, but I will take them straight up with a lime chaser.
そりゃ俺たちが生徒会に迷惑かけちまったからだろ
Wow, Bandem. It's not a kick, it's a physical trait. What, the limes? Lime is a physical trait? Lime is a chaser? No, there's the kink. Really? Isn't lime like a common chaser? A wedge of lime? Ito was standing next to the windowsill where the warm sunlight was pouring in. He looked comfortable. There was no one in the room but me and him.
確かに生徒会の仕事を手伝う約束はしたけどさ。いくらなんでもこき使いすぎだ。
Well, he does hate you. I'd been running around all day carrying one thing or another. Everyone, myself most of all, knew that I wasn't cut out for physical labor. What's more,
伊藤、
sounds like me. Not cut out for physical labor. How the hell could he be playing with a smartphone when I was working so hard? After I complained, he said,
んなこと言ったってクレーム対応が嫌だって言ったのはお前だろ
Ooh. Eating his own words here. With just one day left until the festival, all the clubs had complaints and demands to make of the student council. They'd asked for someone who could listen to them and relay them to the student council, and I decided there was no way I could do that. So I left it to Ito.
それより見たかこれ
Ito showed me his phone, which he'd been playing with.
なんだ。
さっき渡部が配信してたんだよ明日のこといろいろ喋ってたぞ
I can see your hair parting as that sails clean over. Lime juice is sexy.
Huh?
Yeah, probably, Chrysius. Probably. Just whoosh. Just as Ito said, the phone was playing a video that had gone up in the last half hour.
それに見ろよこのカウント数最近の報道でどんどん伸びてるっぽいし明日は期待してもいいかもな
期待ね。
なんだよそのリアクションお前だって昨日は興奮してただろ
I won't deny that I got a little excited when I'd heard about tomorrow's interview, but...
やっぱりいいように利用されているだけの気がするんだよな。
most likely.
そもそもあの情報自体僕たちの方が早く配信してたんだぞ。
We did it at the same
それを
time.
渡部はいかにも同じタイミングだったみたいに扱ってる。
It It was a common media trick to suggest things that weren't true without actually lying.
自分の方が後出しだったってことをうやむやにしようとしてるってわけか？
Probably.
ああ、
And it also felt like he was trying to use all the flame wars to up his view counts.
仮にそうだとしたらどうするんだよ明日。
別に普通に受けるよ。それが学校側からの条件なんだから。
No. Honestly, I'd like to shoot him down and show him out as a liar.
けど
The second I started to get a little excited, the mark left on my cheek after Kawahara hit me started to ache. For now, I needed to focus on helping the student council, not the case.
あれ、そういえば川原くんは
If people could read, they'd know what was said without you. What?
ああ、なんだっけ。
This is
校庭にあ
true.
っただろ。風鈴だかなんだか飾るやつ。
ああ、
Then it would just be me,
願い
like,
事がどうとか言
going
う
through the story, like, silently, and maybe the occasional voice acting from the game. I'm on audio only, so I appreciate you, kittens. Oh, see, that's the problem with audio only, because you're not gonna understand what they're saying when they're saying their lines, because I'm not reading those parts. I know that some people will still read it even after they've said their lines, but I think that's kind of weird. They'd said that they were making an area where they would write your wish on a sheet of paper that would be tied to a wind chime. Oh, I think I missed something there. Oh well. We'd been told to submit something, but I hadn't. To be honest, I didn't really like stuff like that. It seems hokey.
あれの設置で走り回ってるってさっき。
I'm Korean, so I understand Japanese. Do you really? Do you really? I mean, I know that Korean and Japanese are very, very similar in the structures, but you know, speak of the devil. Kabahara frowned a little when he saw me. He started to open his mouth, then closed it, then glanced at Ito, and then sighed, something in him deciding to just give up.
終わったのか。
Yes, you goober. Okay.
え
Kawahara was looking at the box I'd been carrying.
はい。じゃあ次は受付にパンフ運んでくれ。
パンフレットですね。わかりました。
He's so, like, awkward around
いっ
him.
てらっしゃい。
I glared at Ito, then picked up the box with the pamphlets and went to leave the student council room. Kawahara was still frowning at me. That's strange. I was sure he'd say something about Kurusu or at least insult me. After I finished carrying the pamphlets, I went to buy a drink from the vending machine. If I didn't get some caffeine from a mountain view, I wasn't going to be able to move. The mountain view. Someone was tugging at the hem of my uniform. I quickly turned around.
はい、なんでしょう。
Oh, it's her.
で、和樹か。脅かすなよ。
She'd been sent to help with her class's display, which was just about finished up.
クラスの仕事終わったのか？だったら生徒会の方の手伝いを頼む。
Kazuki tugged even harder at my uniform.
いや、だから生徒会の手伝いを。もしかしてついてこいって言ってるのか？
It all comes from China, actually, though Chinese only has 500 characters symbols, so it's a pain figuring out what to call new words. I don't think the limitation of 500 characters symbols is actually true. I don't know for sure, but I don't think 500 sounds too little. This game isn't enough. I mean, come on, look at her. She's like really big-breasted. Is that not ecchi enough for you? She's like gamer grill, okay? She nodded. Oh, we get to decide. Okay, positive or negative, guys. This is a delusion choice. Her expression hadn't changed, but it seemed like she was having some kind of trouble. I'm audio only. I can't see the tits. Negative. Okay. Negative. Oh, wait. Oh, no, There we go. Negative. There we go. Good, we can actually change it. Positive. Line beat you to it, but I'll make the next choice positive. Does she want me to help with something? I needed to get back to the student council room. But it was incredibly rare for Kazuki something. I don't know. It wouldn't be right to just ignore her. Trigger on.
わかったよ。しょうがないからついてってやる。
It's gonna be like something lewd or something like his fantasy. No way. Did Kazuki grin? There was something you almost never saw.
それでどこへ行くんだ?
I faintly hoped that something incredible was about to happen. What? Why are we close up to her chest? She took me up to the roof of the school. What was she going to do here? What the fuck? What's wrong with her voice? What does negative or positive mean? So, these choices will come up for negative or positive delusions. You don't have to pick them. They're just kind of like side, kind of, I guess you get into his mind and he starts imagining things. I love her sexy voice.
Eh?
What the fuck? Kazuki laughed? Wait, what was with that laugh?
どうしたんだ、カズキ?
Oh my god. What's with her eyes? Her voice sounded like the filters they used to disguise someone's voice when they were on TV. The hell?
何よ。
We? Kazuki was the only one here. Of course it would be rude to point that out. I tried to figure out what was most likely explanation for Kazuki's sudden change. Were they doing a play? Maybe it was practice for a play. What if her class was doing a play with aliens in it? And so she'd come to me for help. Practicing because I was in her club. Maybe I should play along then. Wait. Liverpool, the best. Thank you so much for that toast.
UFO.
There's something fucked up going on here. Wait, did she just call it a UFO? How did that work? UFO means unidentified flying object. It was her own ship, but she hadn't bothered to identify it? That's a good point. I like that they focused on that part. Cattle mutilate you? What?
エイリアンアブダクションのこと?
Kazuki tilted her head a little and walked up to me, expressionlessly. What? Line break, thank you for that host too. The next thing I knew, Kazuki's finger had transformed into a sharp blade which she rammed into my chest. It was unreal, like something from a comic book. But the pain that flooded my body via my nervous system told me that this was, in fact, really happening. I tried to run, but it was too late. Kink. that she penetrated him with her finger. Lol. Now she's sucking the blood. Whoa, that was really lewd sounding. For some reason, the pain was gone. Yes, it actually felt sort of good. I started to pass out. I looked down at my hand and saw that my veins had turned black and purple and were poking out of my skin. What the heck? Oh, okay. This is the weirdest delusion I've ever seen. We've seen some weird ones. This is the weirdest one yet. These noises. What was the sensation? It felt so good. It was like falling asleep inside a warm futon when you were very tired. More proof to never trust something that bleeds for a week and doesn't die. My whole body felt tired, but it was a good tired. I closed my eyes, hoping that this feeling would last forever. Little by little, I stopped being able to feel my body. And at the same time, I felt free, as if I was floating through the sky. As he's dying. And then I passed out. And that's the end of his delusion. Did part of me think that Kazuki was an alien? That surprised even me. Come to think of it, why were there lots of reports of alien abduction in America and almost none in Japan? Was it some kind of cultural difference? I think I had a wet dream similar to this one. Maybe aliens played the same role in American culture that traditional Japanese monsters and ghosts like yokai played in ours? I felt like I should give a lecture to someone about this. As I considered this, I arrived at the courtyard. Kazuki stopped in front of some large object with a vinyl covering on top of it. What was this thing? Kazuki stared at it for a moment and then pointed at it.
もしかしてこれを運ばなきゃならないとか
She's making him carry it? She nodded, but what was this thing anyway? She took a piece of paper out of her pocket. It looked like some kind of handmade flyer. In bright colors and big letters it said, Class 1A, let's build a gun barrel project. I like how they call it gun barrel. Wait, hold on. Let's look up gun barrel. Gun Barrel, fictional. Kido Battler Gun Barrel is an animated TV show that ran for 155 episodes, broadcast between 2012 and 2015. It used an unusual marketing strategy of broadcasting in 110 countries before releasing in Japan, creating a worldwide boom before the Japanese release. Like most robot anime, it was targeted middle school boys and above with toys and other merchandise, but its amazing 3D CG battles and high-quality story based on Egyptian mythology became very popular, to the point where a theatrical version was made. However, the last episode of the third season was suddenly cancelled in a very controversial move. The hero was Genki Doto, who piloted the combat sports robot Car Trooper. Its vast setting spanned the entire planet through both the past, present, and future. The first season's opening song was sung by the popular cult gothic punk band Phantasm. It sounds like Gundam or something, but the story sounds way off from Gundam.
Ganbareru ってアニメの
Bararu? Bararu. I know, they're pronouncing it Bararu. And you're right, it does say Ba. But they translated as Gunveral in English here. Both, and then lists 3 things. Gunveral was an anime that started back when I was in middle school. When most anime these days only lasted 3 to 6 months, Gunveral had been on forever. In fact, it had just ended the other day, and some idiot had decided to cancel it just before the last episode could air. This had caused a huge uproar. All of this made Gunveral a truly legendary anime.
これって和樹のクラスの展示物
Both past, present, and future. Yeah, you're right. It did. They did. It features some very good English right there. I see. They must have been attempting to make a model of the robot from the anime, and so they made all these parts in the courtyard, and now they had to get them to their
で
classroom.
もなんで和樹が一人で運ばなきゃならないんだクラスの連中は
That'd be really cool to make like a giant Gundam for your school. I followed Kazuki's gaze over to the entrance and saw students in pairs happily carrying large objects covered in sheets.
なるほどぼっちには辛い状況だな
Aw, no friends. That loner life. Don't kick me in the shin. And if you're gonna kick me in the shin, don't do it so hard. Well, don't make mean comments then.
誰がぼっちだ違うわ今日はたまたま仲のいい子が休んでるだけだから
They should hire me to clean up their English. That English.
僕の勘違いだ
What emote is that? Is this salt? Thank you for the 100 salty biddies, Chrysius. I decided to play along. Usually though, when they hire people to do, like, to work on projects like these, usually you're gonna want to know, like, Japanese. Gotta go to work, have a good day. Alrighty, man. Have a wonderful day at work. Thanks for hanging out.
僕にどうしろと？
Glad I could kill off 45 minutes for you.
代わりに運ぶのを手伝えって？でもこれって重いんじゃないのか？
Isn't this really heavy? Don't look at me with those puppy dog eyes. Fine. Normally I would have found some way to something, I don't know. If Kurusa wanted the culture festival to exceed, I didn't have a choice. I reached down and grabbed the object under the sheet.
よし、そっち回って。そう、いっせーので持ち上げるぞ。行くぞ。いっせーの。おい。
That grunt.
お前リズム感ないのか？完全にずれてるぞ。遅い。
We weren't in sync at all. She would lift up a moment or two after I did. Because of that, we almost dropped it to the ground.
僕が悪いみたいな顔をするなよ。もう一回やるぞ。いっせー。今度は早っ。もういい。和樹に僕が合わせるから、とにかく持ち上げろ。
As she started to lift, I did too. We staggered, but managed to keep it steady.
よし。それじゃ、このまま運ぼう。
We slowly headed over towards Kazuki's classroom, counting 1, 2, 1, 2 to keep ourselves in unison. Of course, I was the only one who actually spoke.
そこんとこ角になってるからな。
We made it to the stairs. This is where things got hard.
先に登って。そうそう。そのままゆっくりゆっくり。踏み外すな。踏み外すんじゃないぞ。
But making Kazuki go up first so that I could hold it from the bottom was a mistake.
あ、おい。
Even after all my warnings, Kazuki slipped and... What the hell is this thing made out of that it's so heavy? Oh god, that sounds bad. Damn it, I told you not to trip. We were just lucky we hadn't climbed up that much.
大丈夫か、和樹。
Oh boy. What a view. This situation was... Okay. I said I would go with the positive one for this time, so here we go. Something you saw all the time in anime, wasn't it? Anyway, I needed to do something about this. Kazuki was so light though. Well, she wasn't very tall, but she had a pretty good body, so actually... Wait, what was I thinking? What if someone came by and saw us? No, I needed to do something. But part of me wanted to enjoy the sensation a little more. Here we go. No, definitely not. No way.
ほら、和樹。とにかくそこどいて。
Huh? Wait a minute. Was that my voice?
変だな。なんか、喉の調子が。
Wait, did he swap bodies with her or something? What was going on here? Yeah, it says it's him speaking. I knew it. Those were definitely my words, which meant that my voice had turned into a girl's? No, that's not right. Then why was I staring at my own face?
Huh?
Maybe...
僕と和樹の中身が入れ替わった
Swapped.
嘘だ。そんなバカなことがあるわけが。
But I fearfully touched my chest. The sensation I felt was an unfamiliar one. Wait a second. This feeling was...
なんだろう。想像していたよりもずっと硬いぞ。硬すぎる。アニメなんかでボヨンボヨンと揺れている表現があるから、まるでマシュマロみたいに柔らかいのかと思っていたけれど。いや、待って、違う。そうじゃない。そうか。
これは
What is it?
ブラジャーをしているからか。
Well, yeah, I hadn't considered
つ
that.
まりブラを取ればもっと柔らかい本体が出現するということになるな。
I mean, it's not gonna be that hard with the bra on.
でもブラのホックを外すなんて女子と付き合った経験のない男子にとっては難関中の難関だ。自分の背中にあるホックなんてどうやって外してるんだ。
But then I realized there was no need to go through all the trouble of undoing the hook.
そうか、ブラそのものを上にずらせばそれでいいじゃないか。
Oh, cause that's easy. I gulped a little as I yanked the bra up from over my uniform. I could feel their contents being released from the pressure.
おお、これはすごい。
What? I jumped a little, and they shook. It was exactly like an anime. So that wasn't an exaggeration.
というか、カズキってもしかして、いや、もしかしなくてもむちゃくちゃ胸が大きいぞ。
What the hell? He's playing with Kazuki's rack. She was definitely the owner of a giant rack. As a guy, the idea of having globs of fat hanging off your chest was a very strange one. Maybe that was the reason why my shoulders felt a little stiff. So, it was also true that girls with large breasts had stiff shoulders. Anyway, my breasts, that is to say Kazuki's, were currently not covered by a bra. I wanted to see. I had to see. Were these two twin mounds as soft as I'd imagined them to be? I couldn't fight the overwhelming sensation of curiosity. This is what guys would do if they... Probably. I brought my hands up to my chest like it was the most natural thing in the world and softly cupped my own breasts. The expression on her face? Or his face?
すごい。こんな。
Oh, hold on. Okay, I'm back. My son's home from school today because he was running a fever, but he was nice enough to bring me my phone. That was really sweet. And then I, or more precisely, probably Kazuki, who was in my body, ran up to me. She had tears in her eyes and was glaring at me.
え？
バカ！変態！
I felt a powerful impact on my face and my vision went black. This is supposed to be a positive delusion? Wait, was that a comic, an anime, or a novel or something? I never thought I was into gender bending stuff, but that got me a little excited. So what is their definition of gender benders? A term encompassing a broad range of genres that deal with the characters who change sex. Okay. Yeah, I guess it kind of encompasses that term. Maybe it was a bad idea to stay like this. There was an anime like that, Kokoro Connect. That one was a really good anime where there was a lot of swapping of bodies happening in that one. It was interesting.
カズキ、怪我はないか？ほら、じゃあ立って、早いところこれ持っていこう。
Fortunately, the gun barrel part wasn't damaged at all. We headed to Kazuki's classroom, being careful not to trip this time.
1の A、ここか。
A girl near the entrance saw Kazuki and ran over. She looked like a normal, average girl.
カズキ？運んできてくれたんだ。あれ？てか、こっちの人は？
いや、その
Were you there for the when he felt himself up?
ああ、知ってる。確か新聞部の。明日渡部と対談するって。
How did she know?
君が
大河内って言います。
いや、名前じゃなくて知ってるんですか、その渡部との。
やだ、みんな知ってますよ。噂になってるし。
That surprised me. I thought there were only a few people at school who would know about a Nikoniya reporter. I had no idea a girl like this, who didn't look like she kept up with the news at all, would know about it. And there were even rumors about it.
頑張ってくださいね。楽しみにしてますから。
はい、ありがとうございます。
Hold on, I'm gonna turn down the music a little bit. Okay, there we go. Kazuke ignored the two of us and took the part inside, then silently put it on the floor. No one tried to help. Wait, how did she manage to do that? Because it was supposed to be heavy. But as I went over to her...
ああ、わざわざすいません。あとはこっちでやっとくんで、そこに置いといてください。
That girl, Okochi, said that to me. I did as was asked and left the room. And then Kazuki followed me.
何?
Oh, it was a smile. She offered me a lollipop.
くれるのか?
Was this her way of thanking me? But...
それ食べかけだろ.
That's what I mean. I'm like, did she just take that out of her mouth and give that to me? You've already licked this one. She sighed and put it back in her mouth, then took out a small bag from her skirt pocket. It was dried squid.
どうも。手が空いたら生徒会の方も手伝ってくれよ。一応部員なんだから。
Kazuki shrugged and walked up the stairs. Maybe she was going back to the clubroom to play her game some more. I probably couldn't count on her to help. October 9th, 2015. Friday. Hiroko Tashita was working at her part-time job as a grocery store cash register. Her husband was always out working late, but he didn't actually make any money. His airheaded personality meant that he was perennially stuck in lower management. Her son was in college and spent all his time playing. She was spending a lot of money to send him there, but he'd grown into a selfish boy who'd constantly demanded cars and trips. Wow. Of course, their budget was always stretched to the limit. They hadn't built up any kind of savings. They lived in Shibuya, true, but she had to live with her in-laws, which didn't make things easy at all. The idea of going to lunch with her friends from the neighborhood seemed as remote as the fiction she saw paraded on the news every night. She wanted an easier life. Lately, she'd been all sighs. Yesterday, she'd actually sighed at work and gotten a warning from her boss. The store where she worked was along Meiji Road, about a 5-minute walk from Shibuya. The lunchtime rush had ended and things were calming down. She wanted to take a little break, but it wasn't break time yet.
合計で3127円になります。
The woman in front of her who was taking out her wallet was one she'd seen several times before. She wore fancy clothes and had a slender, attractive body. Her makeup was perfect, too. Even when she was only going shopping at a supermarket, she must live in a different world. Maybe she was what they called a celebrity wife. The woman seemed very anxious as she waited for her to finish. Tashita hadn't even handed over her change yet, and she'd already lifted up her shopping basket. What was bothering so much? Was she feeling sick? She did seem a little pale. Tashita wondered about her, but they didn't have enough of a relationship that she felt comfortable asking. She handed her the receipt and her change, and the woman quickly left. Tashita greeted the next customer, and then gasped. It was a man. What? And he was wearing a mask. The mask had the same design as those things they called sumo stickers. She'd heard about the stickers on the news several days ago. She learned that lately they were popular in Shibuya and nowhere else. She had seen them several times on her way to and from work. It was a disgusting design, and the idea of Shibuya being overrun with the things made her sick. And this man was wearing a mask with the same design. That meant she couldn't see his face. His clothes were completely normal. They weren't particularly filthy, and he didn't look like a pervert or a crazy man. But that made it even stranger that he'd be wearing a mask to hide his face, and one so poorly constructed that it was obviously handmade. What? Was this why the last customer had seemed so anxious? The man was standing completely still. He didn't say anything to Tashita, and then she realized that she'd been staring at his face for quite a long time.
すみません。いらっしゃいませ。
I would call management if I was her. She looked inside his shopping basket. It was filled with several bowls of instant ramen and a single 2-liter.
4378円になります。
That's a lot of ramen for almost 45 bucks. As she gave him the total, she happened to see the customers in the other lanes. This time, she was struck completely silent. It wasn't just her register. Every single register. Damn. Had a customer wearing a mask. There were so many of them, and they were all standing silently. There were already 10 people lined up at her register, and all of them were wearing sumo sticker masks. The store never got this busy, even at lunchtime on a Saturday. The only thing the people in the mask had in common was that they were men. They all wore different clothes. A tall man in a sweatshirt, a fat middle-aged man in running clothes, a well-built man in a sweater, and so on and so on. Not all of them looked like they had steady jobs, but not all of them looked like they were unemployed. And not one of them said a word. They just stood there in a line, masks on their head and baskets in their hands. The noisy supermarket suddenly fell silent. All the other employees and customers stared at the men in the masks, eyes wide. On my way to the student council room, I remembered that I'd been planning on getting a mountain view and headed back to the vending machines. Only caffeine and carbonation, combined in the mightiest of drinks, could slake my thirst. Just as I was about to put my coin in the slot, I heard a voice I recognized.
おのえ？お前、手が足りないクラスの手伝いをしてるんじゃないのか？
そう、それ。お願いだから助けて。
She grabbed my hand and yanked me forward.
ちょっと待ってくれ。さっきからあちこち動きっぱなしで。
それどころじゃないんだってば。とにかくタクがいないと。ああ、見つけた。
I heard the exact same phrase that I'd heard a moment ago.
先輩方、チャオっす。
有村さん。
あなた、殺されますよ。宮代拓
Oh
先
yeah, I
輩。
forgot she had said that to us. I remember the words she'd said before. It was definitely Arimuro who is in front of me right now. The one at the murder scene. The one who had been talking to a detective about the case. I could feel myself start to sweat.
有村さん、なんで？
やだな。後輩なんだから呼び捨てでいいって言ってるじゃないですか。ねえ、リカ。リカ？名前、セリカでしょ？やだ？じゃあ、セリでファイナルアンサー？ファイナルなのか、アンサーなのか。アンサー。ついでに私のことはひなでいっから。はい、声に出して言ってみよう。せーの。ひな？ダメ、たどたどしいぞ。もう一回。ひな。まだちょっち硬いけどいいとすっか。じゃよろしくね、セリ。
What was she doing? This wasn't the same Arima who told me I was going to be killed. This was how she was when she talked to her classmates. This only made me wonder. Was she planning something? What was she doing in the Love Hotel that day?
お、どうしたんですか、宮代先輩。視線が熱いですよ。
あ、いや。
もしや、私に惚れちゃいましたか？タク。
違う、そうじゃ。
もう、 そんな否定しなくても素直になっちゃいなよユウ。あ、でも言っときますけど、私に惚れると怪我するぜよ。
It was no good. I couldn't keep up with her energy.
というわけでセリ、宮代先輩借りてくぜ。
Hi, Sedeka. Before I could say anything, Ademono wrapped her arm around mine and pulled me away.
あれ、ひな。
Wait.
アディオスグラッシャーセリ、また来年。
Oh, she took me away. Okay, I thought she was taking Sedeka away.
あの
あ、何ですか。
話してもらえませんか。
あはは、これは気が回りませんで。
She bopped herself on the head and let go of my arm. And then she led me further down the hall, humming as she went. What was she doing? It felt like she was up to something. She must have noticed I wasn't moving because suddenly she turned around.
やだな、そんなあからさまに用心しないでくださいよ。ひなちゃん悲しい。
She pretended to cry.
一体どこまでが本気なんだ。わけがわからない。
ほら、ここです。ささ、入って。
She pointed to an empty classroom. What was she planning on doing here?
でも
大丈夫ですって。取って食ったりなんかしませんからね。
いや、ちょっと。
Damn it. In the end, I gave in and went into the classroom.
さてと、先輩にここに来てもらった理由、わかりますか？
Okay. Positive or negative?
いえ。
Here, we'll just flip a coin here. Ah. Can I not flip a coin? Here. Heads, it's positive. It's heads. Of course not.
心当たりないです？
That was the only thing I could think of. But seeing the way she acted today, it was hard to believe that it was the same
ど
girl.
っちの姿が本当の彼女なんだろう。
Maybe. If what I was imagining was a real her, then the reason she brought me here must be...
宮代先輩っていい声してますよね。
そうですか。
No one had ever told me that before.
実は私、昔から声フェチなんですよ。
A voice fetish? That was really none of my business.
宮代先輩の声って十分腐女子の干渉に耐えられるクオリティだと思うんです。
Quality?
そうかな。
マニアックな私が言うんですから、そうですって。というわけで先輩、今からここで私のためだけに朗読してください。
So she gets off on
朗読ですか。
people reading stuff?
文芸部の活動の一環でもあるんですけど、宮代先輩にぜひとも。
It was hard to say no after all those compliments.
何を読めばいいんですか。
ですね。それは。
Blushing, she took a notebook.
じゃじゃーん、これを。
It looked like a normal student's notebook. There was nothing on the cover. I flipped it open. I was only on the first page, and already I was looking at a whole different world. Two pretty boys drawn in the style of a girl's manga were holding each other, mostly naked. It was drawn in pencil, and the illustration wasn't that great. And there was even a dialogue bubble. Pierce me with your Excalibur.
これは
I don't understand. Did Arimoto draw this?
これ私が文芸部で本を作る時用のネタ帳なんですけどね。やっぱ実際に男子に声に出してもらった方がイメージ湧くでしょ。
いや、そんなの僕には。
お願いします。
お願いします。
無理です。
どうしてもダメですか？私こんなこと他に頼める男子がいなくて。女子の友達は多いんですけどね、男子ってちょっと苦手だったりしちゃったり。でも先輩が嫌なら無理強いはできないですよね。
有村さん。
If she was really relying on me, I couldn't shut her down.
わかりました。少しだけなら。
本当ですか？ありがとうございます。
She smiled happily. Now that I actually talked to her, I realized she was a strange person, but not a bad one.
どこを読めば？
最初からおなしゃす。
最初から？
Onashas? What? I've never heard that term. She wanted me to read this aloud?
感情たっぷりにおなしゃす。
Onashas.
エロい感じでおなしゃす。
I'll have to look that up. Onashas. Could I do that? I took a deep breath to calm myself down. Arimoto was looking at me with stars in her eyes. It was embarrassing. I couldn't tell her to look away. I guess I just have to do it. Oh my god.
そのまま僕に突き刺して。君のエクスカリバー。
I like this background. What the hell? Oh my goodness. Arimoto's face was bright red. She started to pant, snort, and bang her head. What is bang her head in this terminology here? The act of violently shaking one's head up and down, usually seen at a rock concert. It's definitely not something you see people doing by themselves during their daily lives. Oh, headbanging? This was tougher than I thought. Mentally, I didn't know if I could do it. I wanted to get away as soon as possible.
いいよね。
This is like one line.
次のページもお願いできませんか？
At least she stopped recording it. The next page, I flipped the page. There was a similar picture and dialogue bubble.
ささ。
Sasa.
お前のアイスキャンディー。俺の中でとろけさせてくれよ。
Oh my god. I had to take a screenshot of that.
Yes! Yes!
Yes, what?
次おなしゃす。
I give up.
いや、やめろよ。この鬼畜巨根野郎。
What the hell? Okay, that wasn't as great, but why is he saying that with so girly-like? Arimoto had a look of ecstasy on her face. Her eyes looked like she was on drugs.
先輩、最高です。最高にエロいっす。私、もう。
And then her whole body started to spasm. A bit of drool was dripping out the side of her mouth, but she didn't try to wipe it up.
こんな興奮したの初めてっす。先輩、これから定期的に朗読会やってもらえませんか？次は攻めの方のバージョンも聞いてみたいんです。それと今度は文芸部の同じ趣味を持つ人たちも連れてきます。
Oh boy, group reading.
大丈夫、みんな女子っすから。きっとみんな先輩の声にメロメロになりますから。
Middle.
いいでしょ？いいですよね。
And that was how my career as a voice actor in gay porn for girls began. Lol. If that happened, I'd kill myself. But if that was her only secret, that would be fine. Well, maybe not fine. But it felt like the real Arimoto was hiding something more dangerous, and that was probably why she'd brought me here. In other words...
事件のことですか？
Arimoto's expression turned serious. I gulped repeatedly, feeling a little overwhelmed.
僕も聞きたかったんですけど。
何のことですか？
Arimoto suddenly smiled. She was smiling, but her voice made it clear that she was refusing to answer my question. I would have liked it more if she'd been frowning. I opened my mouth as if being pushed forward by some indescribable fear.
今さらとぼけたって無駄だと思います。あの現場に君がいたことは確かなんですから。君はどうしてあそこにいたんですか？
She was looking at me, but I couldn't read any kind of emotion in her eyes. I almost stepped back, but stopped myself.
なんか先輩、刑事さんみたいっすね。
And now she was back to her casual tone of voice.
なんだよこの子。
あの人は古い友人で、時々ああして会っていろいろと話を聞いてただけっすよ。
That was what she'd said before, but she was meeting with that detective named Shinjo at Cafe Lax.
だから先輩が思ってるような関係じゃないですから、残念でした。
は？残念？
お、とぼけますか？あんなところで落ち合ってたんだから、エッチな想像してたんでしょ。もう男子ってみんなそうですよね。やらしい。
いや違う、そう。
またまた、こんなところに連れてきたから本当はちょっと期待してたんでしょ。でしょ。
だからそういうのじゃなくて。
It made sense now she'd mentioned it, but honestly, the idea hadn't occurred to me at all.
僕はただ純粋に
Arima looked at me with her narrow eyes, or with narrow eyes as if she was judging me. What was that about?
私が先輩をここに連れてきたのは、宮代先輩のことが知りたくなったからです。
僕のことが？
というわけで。
She started to rustle through the contents of a cardboard box that had been beneath the desk. Huh? What was she getting out? What was she going to do with me?
だからそんなに警戒しちゃ嫌ですよ。これ手伝ってほしいだけですから。
It was a huge stack of papers.
これって？
今からこれ製本するんで手伝ってください。
Oops. Where am I clicking? There we go.
いやー、友達に頼まれちゃって。ほら、私って頼まれると断れないタイプじゃないですか。
Oh, so someone asked you to help and now you're dragging me in to help you. No, I didn't know that.
待ってください。どうして君が頼まれたことに僕が借り出されなきゃいけないんですか？
Exactly.
交換条件で学食の食券2週間分くれるって言うんですもん。
だからそれにどうして僕が？
愚問な。そんなの2人でやった方が早いからに決まってるじゃないですか。
So what do I get out of it?
いや全然理由になって。
まあまあ細けいことはいいんですよ。まずはこっちのページから折っていきますよ。
She handed me a stack of printouts without waiting for my response.
ほらほら、口を動かす前に手を動かす人になりましょう。
Then she ignored me and started to work. I guess that meant she didn't intend to tell me anything else about the case. The detective had said that Kakita, the victim in the revolving dead case, had been murdered, and that she was cooperating and exchanging information with him. But if I asked her about that, she'd find out that I had overheard our conversation at Cafe Lax. In the end, I was forced to help make pamphlets for one of the younger classes that I knew nothing about.
もうすぐ復興祭っすね。
そうですね。
やりにくいな。
何がですか？
それっすよ、それ。後輩なんだから敬語はいらないって言ってるじゃないですか。
そうですよね。
まあいっか。そのうちおいおい後々後々ってことで。
Huh?
で何の話でしたっけ？そうそう、思い出した。復興祭。復興祭って言えば校庭にあるあの風鈴の飾り、先輩なんて書きました？
ああいうの好きじゃ。
え？
いや、なんでも。
Oh no, I'd said what I was really thinking. Wait, what's wrong with saying that he doesn't
僕
like
それ
them?
書いてないです。言われたの忘れてて。
なんすかそれ、協調性ないですな。
It's always kind of weird when the music stops, I guess for a moment, for whatever reason, like when some jarring thoughts happen and then it cuts back to the music. I couldn't argue with it, but I had a feeling that no one got along with the group as well as Arimura.
でもそっか、その手があったか。私もそうすればよかったかもな。
I couldn't tell if she was faking or not, but at least on the surface she seemed sincere.
有村さんはなんて？
知りたいっすか？
She brought her face up close to mine.
いや、まあ。
私はね秘密です。乙女の秘密は高いのですよ。
What? I really didn't understand. There was the Arimura I was talking to now, the Arimura I'd seen with Shinjo, and the one that told me I was going to be killed. Which one was the real Arimura?
よし、できた。
え？
ちょっと先輩、まだ終わってないんすか？
ごめんなさい。
しょうがない。私が手伝ってあげるんで、半分か。
ありがとう。
No, wait. Why was I saying things? There was no reason for me to be doing any of this anyway, was there? What was I doing?
よし、できた。
I reached up to stretch my arms and every joint in my shoulders, back, and hips cracked. I'd been helping people all day and my body felt like it was reaching its limit.
あざっす。先輩のおかげで思ったより早く終わりました。グラッチェグラッチェ。
それで完成したこれはどこへ？
いいっすいいっす。それは取りに来てもらいますから。
そう。
I
thought about asking her about the case again, but decided against it. To be honest, the look on her face I'd seen last time still scared me.
それじゃあ、僕はここで。
先輩、ちょい待ちです。
え？
明日、渡部さんとの対談ありますよね。
うん、ありますけど。
Even Arimura knew about it.
友達もみんな噂してますよ。今や先輩は注目の的。
Kazuki's classmates had been talking about it too. I guess it really was a big deal. That just showed how famous Watabe was, I guess.
で、お願いがあるんですけど。
Her suddenly sweet voice made my heart skip a beat, but I tried my best to hide it.
何ですか？
その対談の時に、あのスクープの元になった画像、どうやって撮ったか聞いてくれませんか？
え？
The photo for his big scoop?
渡部さんの記事に貼ってあったあの画像のことです。
Good question. Was that what she was talking about?
どうしてそんなことを？
まあまあいいじゃないですか。細かいことは気にしない。明るく楽しくいきましょうよ。
だけど。
わかった。わかりました。じゃあこれあげますから、ひなえちゃんとの約束。
Arimura slid something into my chest pocket and pushed me out into the hallway.
ちょっと。
じゃ、助かりました。アディオスグラッシャー。
Adios, gracias. I took out the things she'd put in my pocket.
食券？
Cafeteria meal tickets, and only 3 days worth. The nerve. Sorry about that. Now that I was alone, everything about Arimura seemed somehow off. Everything that had happened, everything that she'd said, seemed like it was covered in lies. Everything, including the reward I'd been given, made it seem like I was being tricked. October 9th, 2015. Friday. It's still Friday. Shinjo took out a picture of the face of the man who'd stabbed Kurusu, then showed it to Kunosoto.
そちらの読み通り、こいつと病院に入院していた例のイラストレーターとはつながりがあった。
Kunosato didn't really react. She listened to him speak as if she knew everything she was already going to say.
同じ高校の同級生だ。一時は原作と絵を2人で分担して共同のペンネームで漫画を描いていたこともあるらしい。
そいつらが一連の猟奇殺人の犯人だという可能性は、アリバイはあるのか
？2人とも1年ほど前から病室もしくは部屋に引きこもりだ。イラストレーターの方は病院の監視カメラにもその記録が残ってる。壁砲の生徒を刺した男の方は家族の証言に頼るしかないが、警察に駆けつけてきた時。
Then, a phone rang. Kunosato picked it up without saying a word to Shinjo.
私です。
Even from here, he could tell exactly how annoyed Hinae Arimura was. But Kunosato cut her off before she could say a word.
ごねるつもりか、それとも報告か。
Oops.
そういうところが。
Kunosato had no intention of listening to her complaints. Did she do as she was told? Did she get any results? That's all Kunosato wanted to hear.
どっちなんだ？
伝えました。これでいいんですよね。
よし。明日は当然お前も立ち会え。直接だ。出なければ意味がない。
こういうのやめてもらえませんか？いろいろめんどくさいんです。私はあなた方に協力する気は。
Kunosato's hung up before she could finish her sentence. Shinjo was glaring at her.
どうした？続けろ。
今のは有村さんだろう。こちらに無断で進めるのはやめてくれないか。
代替案のない批判は誹謗に過ぎないし、誹謗は暇人か無能であることの証明だぞ。
お前な。
Shinjo frowned, dissatisfied, but gave up and flipped through the papers he was holding.
どこまで話したんだった？
壁砲の生徒を刺した男の家族の証言。
ああ。男の家族が警察に駆けつけてきた時の第一声は、息子が人を刺すなんてありえないではなく、息子が外出するなんてありえないだったそうだ。猟奇殺人が起こった日も絶対に家から出ていないと言っている。
Kunosato looked upward for a second as if lost in thought.
その証言、信用してもいいとは思うな。男の作っているイカれたページが事件のあった時刻に更新されているし、まあそれが偽装と言い切れなくもないが、精神鑑定は？
相変わらず救世主がどうのこうのと繰り返している。
メガロマニアか。
Kunosato frowned as if she was annoyed.
イラストレーターは2007年頃何をしていた
？2007年はまだ地方だ。九州だ。
確かか。
ああ。2008年末に東京に越してきて、その時高校で障害の犯人と一緒になった。
なるほど。当てが外れたな。釣れたのは結局結界説なんかの妄想に逃げ込むやつらだけか。
Suddenly she leaned back in her chair, seemingly bored.
結局そいつらは猟奇殺人に関しては白だったか。単なる力士シールの模倣犯の可能性が高いな。
模倣犯？
Copycatting.
アリバイが確立している以上、まあある程度だが、事件との直接のつながりは薄い。間接的につながるとしたら力士シールに関することだ。原作と絵に分かれていたということは、絵を描くのはイラストレーターの方だったんだろう。力士シールが最初に発見されたのは2007年頃の東京だが、その頃そいつは九州にいた。漫画で芽が出ず、承認欲から悪ふざけで力士シールの作者を名乗り、お互いに精神を病んで、片方は持ち前の画力を生かして力士シールに取りつかれ、もう片方は物語でも書いているつもりでそれを妄想のネタにした。無論確証のない推測だが、どの道すぐにわかる。それよりも
What was more concerning was the fact that the man hadn't left his room for years. Would he really leave it just because he learned about a bunch of stickers reappearing? And
AH 東京総合病院か。
that was where the illustrator was kept. During the New Generation Madness, there was rumors that the hospital was involved with a certain religious organization that had been involved in that particular case. It was also supposedly related to Koshin, the company involved in the restoration work that had resulted in security cameras all over town.
俺は正直半信半疑だぞ。こんないたずら書きみたいなシールが事件に関係しているなんて。
なら安心しろ。明日は別口だ。
Kunosada opened up the file she'd saved on her PC.
これは
明日、駅法の新聞部と対談を行う渡部の記事だ。
お前が影で接触して炎上を煽ったあのネット記者か。
ああ。
She nodded and then opened up the picture of the photo of the sumo sticker that was taken at the scene. Then she lined it up against the one in the article. Shinjo stared at it for a moment, and then he realized.
表情が違ってる？
渡部は今回のこと以外でもさまざまな現場に潜入しては大量のスクープ画像をものにしている。その数があまりにも多いため、一部の人間が捏造だと言って専門家たち画像には一切改ざんの跡は見られなかった。
Shinjo figured out what she was trying to say. No way, he whispered to himself.
明日、有村に確認させる。もしそうであれば、楽しい文化祭になるかもしれないな。
Exhausted from all the work I'd been doing, I decided to use one of the meal tickets I'd been given. I headed for the cafeteria. But then I realized that I'd never used a cafeteria before and had no idea how it worked. There were a lot of loud groups that ate there, and I didn't like it. In the end, I gave up. Instead, I decided to go out into the courtyard to check on a thought I'd had. Oh, the wind chimes, and the bushes that were tied to them. Arima had said it was a secret, but I was interested in seeing what she'd written down. Maybe I'd get a clue as to who she really was. I tried to find her name among the huge number of wind chimes. There were no clappers inside the chimes. With so many wind chimes, if there had been, it would have made an incredible noise. I saw several other messages as I searched. Please let everyone be happy. Please don't let anyone be sad. There were a lot of platitudes like that. And then? I found it. Hinai Aruma Arimura. It was just a single line.
本当のことが見つかりますように。
What did that mean? The truth about the earthquake? No. There was no truth to be found. An earthquake was an earthquake. There was an urban legend that the quake had been caused artificially, but there was no way that could be true. What has she meant when she written this? I turned around and saw a familiar face.
もうどこ行ってたの？ずっと探してたんだよ。電話しても繋がらないし。
My heart raced a little when I heard that.
だからスマホは落としたんだって。お前も知ってるだろ。
She was there with him when he dropped it too.
あ、そっか。
I dropped my phone at AH Tokyo General Hospital and still didn't have it back. No, I was probably never going to get it back. They had it now. Oh, that creepy old man. The two of them that I'd seen in the pictures in the boardroom and the club room. Of course, I'd filled out the paperwork to have it shut off already. The phone itself was locked, so if they tried to use it anyway, it should wipe itself. So they probably wouldn't be able to see what was inside, but still, the idea of someone else, particularly someone else connected to the case, having my phone wasn't a pleasant one.
新しいの買った方が良くない？
まあ、そうなんだけどさ。
I'd spent the whole day reaching into my pocket and being surprised to find that it wasn't there. Only now was it gone that I realize how much I'd depended on my phone. It was probably a good idea to do what she said and go buy a new one, but that phone was...
タク？
なんでもない。それより何か用か。
そうだった。とにかく大変なんだよ。
Actually, she looked like she was in a big hurry a moment ago.
だから何が？
だからね、とにかく来て。
I was dragged off again. I lost count of how many times that had happened today.
おかえりなさいませ、ご主人様ケロン。
Those voices were from my class's project, the Ghetto Froggy Cafe. After they said their lines, my classmates all started to do some kind of strange dance. They were making a video that would be displayed in the center of the cafe. Normally I would have been forced to spend the day recording them, but since I had to help the student council, I'd been temporarily released.
で、これがどうしたんだ？
なんか壊れちゃったみたいなの。カメ。
え？
She pointed to the camera that I'd set up.
音が出ないんだよ。それでみんな困ってて。
Sadaka's tiny finger reached out and hit the play button. She was right. There was no sound from the camera.
変だな。今朝確認した時にはちゃんと。
I decided to start by checking the camera settings. Oh, so that was it.
これ、誰かが設定いじっただろ。音声出力がスピーカーじゃなくなってる。
I called up the right setting and changed the output method. When I switched it over, I suddenly heard loud laughter and yells coming from the speaker. Sadaka smiled. I felt a little relieved. If they hadn't been able to take the video, who knows what the rest of the class would have said about me.
皆さん、カメラ直りましたよ。撮影しますね。
It was never broken though.
じゃあ始めんぞ、カメラっ子。
はい、大丈夫です。どうぞ。
Wait, he got roped into filming it anyway? Since I was the camera expert, I was put in charge of the filming. What a pain in the butt. I didn't want to have to do anything with this crap.
じゃあ行くぞ。せーの。
The loud music started to play again, and they all began to dance. But then they weren't happy with the result. First, someone messed up the choreography, then they wanted to change the positions. It went on and on. It only felt like doing a good job the first few times. They said it was a promotional video, but it was really just a ripoff of something they'd seen on Nikoniya. No matter what I did, it wasn't going to turn out right. But they were still smiling as they danced.
何がそんなに楽しいんだろうな。
ごめん、間違えた。
もうだからそこは右だって右。お箸持つ方よゲロスケ。わかる？
I really didn't care. I hope this would end soon.
タク、ダメだよ。顔に出てる。
じゃあお前が代わりにやってくれよ。
タクみたいにかっこよく撮れないもん。
Look cool.
おだてても無駄だぞ。
Flattery won't get you anywhere.
おだててなんていないよ。
Sure. Sadaka gave an easygoing laugh, like she always did. Oh, fine, she seemed to say. And then...
ねえ宮代くん、今までの見れる？
Suddenly a girl in costume talked to me. What was her name? I felt like I talked to her before.
見れますよ。
あれ？ちょっと音が悪くない？
このカメラのマイクって音楽録音用じゃないんだそうです。田中先輩。
Tanaka, so that was her name. Sadaka was amazing. I was in the same class and I didn't even know her name.
ふーん。ありがとう。あ、そういえばさ、新聞部、ワタヤンと対談するって本当？
Watayan?
ニコニアの渡部さんのことですか？本当ですけど。
やっぱマジなの？ちょっと、マジだって。
え？
Why was she bringing everyone over here? And suddenly I was surrounded.
マジかよ、すげえじゃん。
対談って何すんの？
さあ、よくわかんないんですけ
Tanaka
ど。
seemed surprised.
え？あの動画のことじゃないの？
I was surprised
てか
even
さ、
Tanaka knew
新
about
聞
it.
部っていまいち目立ってないけど、実はすごかったりする？
そんなことは。
If they're having an interview with Watayan, that means and Tanaka started to talk and everyone started to listen. What the heck was going on? I knew that Kazuki's classmates and Aruyamura had talked about it, but I didn't expect my own class to get this excited. Was talking to Watabe that special?
つかよ。んなことよりもう一つの噂。お前、あれってマジなん？
え？
What other rumor?
川原と殴り合ったって。
I almost reached for my cheek, but managed to stop myself.
はあ？マジで？
あ、そういえば少し腫れてる。
A chorus of "Wait, how and why?" began. Guys, calm down. What was going on here?
すげえな、宮代。お前喧嘩なんかすん？
いや、喧嘩ってわけじゃ。
で、あれだろ、宮代。川原ってことは女帝と関係あんだろ？
いや、その。
何それ何それ？もしかしてノノの取り合い？
マジ？かっこいい。
I couldn't take any more. Just run away. I went out of the hallway as the girls started to talk about romance. I leaned up against the wall and sighed. I could hear people in the classroom asking where I'd gone. My head hurt.
タク、大丈夫？
Sadaka poked her head out of the classroom. I waved a hand and told her I was fine. And then?
人気者になったね、タク。
Sadaka was smiling. I had no idea what she was happy about.
お前な。
They were just talking about my interview with Watabe and my argument with Kawahara because it was a good excuse to get excited and have fun.
気づいた？
何が？
呼び方、カメラっ子から宮代になってたよ。
Was I?
宮代くん？
Tanaka poked her head out from behind Sadaka.
どうしたの？いきなり出てっちゃって。
そのトイレに。
あ、そっか。ごめん。
Tanaka scratched her cheek a little. She looked apologetic.
ごめんね。大事な対談とかあるのにダラダラしちゃって。ダンス、次でちゃんと決めるから。
はい、私たちも可愛く撮りますから、頑張ってください。
Sadaka answered for me.
ありがとう。
As she turned to go back into the classroom, I found myself speaking to her.
田中さん。
何？
Huh? Why was I saying this?
踊りに使ってる曲の音源、後でもらえますか？
それはいいけど、なんで？
最初のセリフ以外は踊ってるだけですから、セリフと音楽を別にして映像に重ねます。それで綺麗な音にできると思います。
そんなことこれからできるの？ありがとう。じゃあそれで。ごめん。トイレ早く行ってきて。
She ran back into the classroom, excited. That was nice of him to offer to edit it. It's more work though. Phew, that made me nervous. I felt so tired. Sounds like me. Sadagasa waved her cell phone strap at me happily. It made the same strange sound it always did.
だから何が嬉しいんだよお前。
タクがね、やる気になってるから。
別にそういうわけじゃない。ただ。
Even if it was cliche, for a moment, I thought this whole school's festival thing might not be so bad. I opened the lid on my Mountain View and took a big gulp. My head finally felt clear. Mountain View really was the water of life. By the time I'd finished helping with the setup for the cafe and the other things the student council had needed before, it was night. The air on the roof was a little cool on my skin, but still, all the preparations weren't finished, and the student council, including me and the other helpers, had been running around the whole time. I might end up having to stay the night. I have heard about these infamous overnight projects for a culture festival.
何が？
そりゃいくら文化祭だからって何も泊まってまで。
Huh? Wait, who was talking to her?
お疲れ様。
No. What is she doing here? For a moment I doubted what I was seeing, but it was definitely Kurusu.
何やってんだよ。怪我は大丈夫なのか？
嫌だ。あんまり重病人扱いしないでほしい。
But I could see her face twist just a little in pain, of course. She had only been stabbed 2 days ago. Even I knew she ought to stay in bed.
重病人扱いも何も重病人だろ。寝てなきゃダメじゃないか。
Whenever me or the other kids got sick or got hurt, Kurusu was always the one to say, "Don't push yourself too hard. It's okay to rely on the people around you." When I told her that, she chuckled.
覚えてるのね。
She seemed a little happy.
気になって少し様子を見に来ただけ。しっかりやってくれてるみたいで、ちょっと安心した。
大丈夫だよ。サボるわけないだろ。
勘弁してくれって言っていたのに。
それは。
Kurusu smiled as if she enjoyed watching me choke on my words.
はい、これ。
Kurusu handed me a small bag. It was handmade from felt. Back when I still lived with her, Kurusu had made one for me, Yui, Yuto, and herself, each in a different color. Where had I put mine, come to think of it?
お弁当。あなたのことだから、どうせご飯もちゃんと食べてないんでしょ？
作ってきたのか？
おにぎりくらいだけどね。
I didn't have time to make anything more, she said. What was she thinking? Why would she do that when she was injured? Onigiri. I sat down and opened the bag, and there was a little lunchbox inside. There was 2 big rice balls, a lightly pan-fried hot dog, and some tamagoyaki. She was right. None of it was particularly hard to make.
バランスとか全然で悪いけど。
いただきます。
I suddenly felt really embarrassed. I decided to try and hide it by taking a big bite out of the rice ball. It was a taste I hadn't experienced in a while, and it was one I used to enjoy all the time.
ねえ、今日のこと聞いてもいい？
Kurusu waited for me to finish, then gently asked me. I looked up and saw that at some point she'd started staring up at the stars.
今日一日何があったのか知りたいの。朝から何があって、あなたがどういうことをしていたのか。
生徒会の手伝いだよ。知ってるだろ。
具体的に聞きたいのよ。あなたの口から直接。
She turned toward me. She seemed very serious about this. I didn't really know what she was thinking, but I felt like I had to give her a real answer.
和樹の手伝いをした。
和樹の？
うん。クラスの展示に使うパーツを運んでほしいって。
そう。和樹喜んでた？
多分。ああ、そういえばスルメくれた。
そう。他には？
有村さんに知らないクラスのパンフレット作りを手伝わされた。
有村さん？
Her eyes narrowed just a little. Arimura was involved in the case, so she probably didn't want me talking to her.
大丈夫だよ。本当にパンフを作らされただけだから。
そう。
それだけなのね。
To be honest, I tried to talk to her a little about the case, but if I told Kurusu that, she'd get worried, so I didn't.
それで
Them white
他には？
lies.
あなたのクラスはどうなの？ゲロカエルン喫茶だったかしら。
ああ、それはなんとか形になったみたいだけど。
あなたが映像の担当なんでしょ？
Oh yeah, I nodded.
もうほとんど終わってて、残りは明日の朝。映像はもうできてるから、それに音楽を載せるだけなんだ。
朝で間に合うの？
十分だろ。
And honestly, I hadn't expected to be working until the morning of the festival.
でも今日は泊まり込みになるんでしょ？
Kurusu talked about it as if it was the most natural thing in the world. I almost couldn't believe it.
毎年こんなに忙しかったのか、文化祭って。
I'd never participated, so I had no idea that everyone was doing all this work.
まあね。でも今年は特別。復興祭も近いし、初めての3学年揃っての文化祭だから。
そっか。
We third-year students had been the first class at Hekiho Academy. This would be the first year that all 3 grades had a full class at the school.
もう一日中バタバタしすぎて、わけがわかんなかったよ。
I'd been forced to carry so much stuff that I was getting muscle cramps, and then it was one problem after another. And talking to new people always made me nervous, and I'd had to do that a bunch of times. I was really tired.
何？
Kurusu saw me thinking back on the day's events and
そ
smiled.
れで？それで、あなたはどう感じたの？
How did it feel?
それだけ？
It was like she could read my mind. Damn it.
あ
I
の
felt just a
さ、
little awkward.
ええ。
うちのクラスとか結構いいやつもいた。
そうなんだ。
うん。明日の渡部との対談楽しみにしてるって。
そう。
あとカメラっ子って言っていたやつが宮代って。
うん。どう？タク。
何が？
She looked like a mother giving a present to a young child.
事件なんか追わなくても結構楽しいものでしょ？
それは。
I tried to deny it, but I couldn't. That's right. Kurusu had come all this way, even though she was hurt, just to say this.
タクル、帰ってくる気にはなれない？父さんもユイもユウトもそれを望んでる。特にユイがね、あなたがお風呂掃除をしていなかったってうるさいの。
Somebody's gotta clean it. I could imagine it. Yui was like a mini Kurusu. The women definitely had the upper hand in that household.
タクル、もう事件なんか追わないって約束して帰ってきなさい。手伝ってほしいことたくさんあるの。タクル、
ごちそうさま。
I put the lunchbox back in the bag, stood up, and handed it to Kurusu. Then I headed towards the door.
わかった。考えてみるよ。
そう、よかった。
I could hear Kurusu's footsteps as she tried to catch up to me, but the next moment... No! Kurusu!
クルス。
I heard a small moan and I turned around. Kurusu had crumpled to the ground holding her stomach.
おい、クルス！
平気。
You're totally not fine. She was trying to force herself to smile, but there were thick drops of sweat on her forehead.
大丈夫じゃないだろ。とにかく帰るんだ。タクシー呼ぶから。
I let her lean on my shoulders. We hurried to the front gate as quietly but quickly as possible.
青葉インまでお願いします。
I got her loaded inside the taxi and told the driver where to go.
タクル。さっきのこと考えておいて。
Fine, I get it. I moved away so I could shut the door.
タクル。ありがとう。
何が？
何がだろうね。
The door closed and the taxi disappeared down the road. Usually everyone called her the Empress since she acted like my big sister. Now she looked weak, as if I was the big brother and she was the little sister.
あ、そうだ、ユイ。
I remembered Yui when I thought of little sisters. I needed to send her a message about Kurusu. I put my hand into my pocket and once again realized that my phone wasn't there. Damn it. How many times had this happened today? I'd have to ask Sedaka.
宮代？え？川原くん。
Oh no, had he seen Kurusu here?
何かあったのか？あ、いや、そうか。
From the way he was acting, he probably hadn't seen her, right? If he had seen her, he wouldn't be acting this way. He'd probably blame me for putting too much strain on Kurusu and hit me again.
ほら。
Is he being nice? Kawahara tossed something at me. I almost dropped it, but managed to catch it at the last second. It was a can of coffee. Aw, he's being nice.
飲めよ。いや、でも泊まり込みになるからな。はあ、どうも。
He opened another can for himself and took a drink, then looked around the courtyard. There were stalls lined up, each covered in flashy decorations. All the preparations were finished around here.
クルスが来れないって分かった時はどうなるかと思ったけど。
What was going on? Kawahara kept glancing over at me, as if he was waiting for the right moment to say something. Oh, confession. He's waiting to confess. Eventually, he took a big sip of his coffee and said,
悪かったな。
He pointed to my cheek. I knew he was talking about hitting me.
いえ、悪かったのは僕ですから。
He began to speak hesitantly. Actually, you see...
あの日の次の朝、クルスから電話があったんだ。できればお前に謝ってほしいっつってな。そんなの気にすることないですよ。まあな。そりゃそうなんだけどよ。
Kawahara sighed, stretched, and leaned up against the school gate.
癖かもな。小学生の時からあいつは委員長っつうか、いつもリーダーみたいなことやってたからな。
リーダー。
小学生の時からあんなだったんですか。
Both Kurusu and Kawahara went to the same public elementary school. I'd gone to a different private one.
とにかく面倒見が良くてな。みんなあいつのこと好きだったよ。特に俺とあともう一人。地震で死んじまったけど、南沢ってやつはいつもクルスと一緒にいた。へえ。知ってるか？あいつ小学校の頃は毎年リレーの選手だったんだぜ。え？
I was really surprised. She didn't seem to be that bad at sports, but certainly didn't seem to like them. She couldn't do a spin on the horizontal bar. He must have found my reaction funny because Kawahara continued in a more upbeat tone.
あの地震で大怪我してな。今はそうでもないけど、しばらくは歩くのさえ大変そうにしてたんだ。
I had no idea. When I woken up a year after the earthquake, I hadn't seen any sign of that. She'd probably gone through a lot of hard rehab when I had been in a coma.
その影響で運動はほとんどしなくなった。一度だけ運動部に誘ったんだが、断られたよ。そうだった。
Those sighs. There was a moment of awkwardness. I didn't know what to do. Come to think of it, I'd never talked with Kawahara like this before.
文化祭。盛り上げられるだけ盛り上げようぜ。あいつから任されたんだからな。
Kawahara turned away from me and walked back into the school building.
そうか。
I realized that he'd been acting weird all day because he was waiting for a chance to apologize. Aww. That bromance. Oh. These sumo stickers memes will have you dying. What is this? Totally sumo. Don't call me a sumo sticker. Call me Mr. Sumo Sticker. Totally sumo. Nom nom. Now I'm getting excited. I slid here. I danced with bad luck. Those who put their feet in the ring have danced with hard luck. Make peace with the sumo wrestler, it says. Lol. Vocalo. The boss tells me to put the stickers up with the cannon, but... Amazingly, this song hit a million views only 24 hours after release due to an article in Sumo Stickers published by web journalist. Oh my god, it's supposed to be like a Miko or a Miku thing. Interesting.
それじゃあ消すよ。思った以上に暗くなるね。
大丈夫か？
多分。じゃあみんなおやすみ。
They're sleeping in the club room.
はいよ、おやすみ。
何も見えない。椅子どこ？あ、花ちゃん蹴っちゃった。ごめん。
For Hana.
そこが花ちゃんってことはこっちに。
Why not use your cell phone light? What was that? An elbow?
ごめんしんちゃん。
何が？
僕だ僕。
もうどこがどこだか。なんか落ちた。
Oops.
もういい。電気。いや、カーテン開けろ、カーテン。
オッケー。いやー、小指、足の小指。
Oh god, pinky toe's the worst. A dim light poured in from outside. I could see the outlines of the room. I had no idea what the hell Setaka had done, but she was rubbing her head and her pinky toes simultaneously.
こんなことならもう少し片付けておけばよかった。
They're sleeping on cardboard? It was almost a new day. Since everybody had to be up at a meeting early, I'd ended up staying at school after all. But since there were no beds, we had to sleep under our desks.
なあ、好きなやつとかいるの？
Huh?
何？
お前に聞いてねえよ。女子二人。
Just the girls. Not you. Where did this come from?
いいからよ。いるのか？尾上。
私？みんな好きだよ。
そういうんじゃなくて。いや、いい。和樹は？
They'll try to sleep and eat dried squid at the same time.
じゃあ、ファーストキスは
dried squid.
いつだ？
まだだよ。しんちゃんはいつなの？
まあいい。夜の学校にお泊まりというイベントをお前ら相手に期待した俺が愚かだった。
あ、そうだ、忘れてた。
5 a.m.
5時でいいよね。
They still need to get up that early. She fiddled with her smartphone as she talked.
あれ？花ちゃん、どうしたの？
Was that voice Hana? I'd never heard her laugh before. What was so... Wait a second.
尾上の顔か？
なんで？変なの？私の
The
顔。
light from the phone's screen lit up Setaka's face in the darkness like a horror movie. She must have been waving her hand because it would appear, then disappear, then reappear again.
何？
どういうツボだよ。
I couldn't help but agree with him. Does she love horror, or does she look like an enemy character in an MMO?
私の
Kazuki burst out laughing as Setaka moved closer to her. What's so funny? What's so funny? Setaka said as she moved closer. Then for some reason, they started to tickle each other.
仲がよろしいことで。
Girl fight. Is this a scary game? Yes, it's so kawaii. It's super kawaii. You better cover your ears, Equalator. It's so scary. Like, can you hear this music? It's really intense. And they were all new experiences to me.
事件なんか追わなくても結構楽しいものでしょ
What's up, Equalator? How are you? Maybe I could.
タクルもう事件なんか追わないって約束して帰ってきなさい
If I wanted to, I could go back to the orphanage and live the same life as everyone else. Or could I? Oh! Okay, negative or positive? Oh, do you want to pick Equalator? Otherwise I'm gonna just flip a coin. Let's see. Oh, we got negative. So I'm just flipping a coin. I'm either flipping a coin or letting chat pick. If you don't pick fast enough, I'll just flip a coin. What is this?
ほら逃げちゃダメ
This sounds kind of lewd. Hey, stop screwing around the sleep girls. Why did girls like to touch each other so much? It's not like you guys are lovers. Stop it. Me and Ito are right next to you. Don't forget that. Oh, more lewd noises. What the hell? Everyone's panting. Even the guys. The only sound in the dark room was their panting. It was enough to drive me crazy listening to it. And then? Just woke up, been having fun playing 2 Point Hospital, just bought it a day or two ago. I looked at that game, it was kind of like interesting looking enough, because it looks really quirky. Flip chat and let a coin pick. Okay. As I pretended to sleep, I felt someone's warm hand on my crotch. What? What's going on here? I almost jumped up and screamed, but there was a hand across my mouth. Who was it? Was it Kazuki or Setika? Setika was the one who had been trying to touch Kazuki a moment ago. So, was it Setika? Was she touching my crotch? Was that the kind of person she was? No way, but I was a high school kid now. I couldn't stay a child forever. But could she really be so bold? If Ito found out about this, there'd be trouble. I wanted to say something, but I couldn't. I didn't resist. I just closed my eyes and let time pass. The hands were still at my mouth and crotch. Should I accept her bold invitation? But this was... How do you even know it's... Oh my god, it was Ito who was touching him. I heard panting in my ear. It must be Setika getting excited. You can see the name here, it's Ito actually, which is the other guy in the club. Setika was getting excited? So he's mistaking Ito for Setika. This view. I know. Oh, hold on. Okay, I'm back. The nightmare was so horrible that I woke up screaming.
タクどうしたの
なんだいや
I came to my senses and looked around. I realized that everyone else must have fallen asleep. They were all rubbing their eyes as if they were sleepy. But was that really the case? Was I really dreaming about someone rubbing my crotch? Was it possible that Ito was just pretending to be asleep? He's all paranoid. Imagining that made me shiver. I had to stop thinking about it. I had to pretend it never happened.
っていうかそろそろ0時じゃね
Ito stood up and started to fiddle with the club's PC.
はい。
Sorry about that, guys.
2015年10月10日0時になりました。
Oh, it's another broadcast by
皆
K.
様、ようこそいらっしゃいませ。
I heard a familiar voice.
今日の夜は少し冷え込んでいますね。着実に秋が到来しているようです。いかがお過ごしでしょうか。さて、本日放送の機会を設けさせていただいたのは、聞いてくださっている皆様ならもうご存知ですね。本日10月10日は6年前にヴァンパイアと呼ばれた事件が起きた日付です。
Vampire. It's the next killing. She was right. I totally forgotten. Today was October 10th. Somewhere in Shibuya, probably in the next 24 hours, someone would. It's quirky and addictive. I think it's on my wish list on Steam, so next time I see a sale on it, I'll probably definitely pick it up. This is a hentai game. No, it's not. I made sure this time this wasn't a hentai game. I made that mistake before when I was playing a different game. No, I just thought about this, right? I can live the same life as everyone else, so I could just forget about the case.
電話？んだよ、こんなと。
Ito froze as he looked at the phone.
しんちゃん？
これまでの経緯をもう一度簡単に。
Kei's voice suddenly vanished. Ito had muted it. His hands were shaking a little.
おい。
Is it coming from his phone?
やべえ。なんだこれ。
Oh, did something happen?
何かだよ。
電話。
I knew it. I knew it.
お前からだ。
The call is coming from inside.
Huh?
So, Takaru, which is the character that we're playing, he lost his phone. He dropped it at the hospital, and then some weird people picked it up. So he's been missing his phone. It took me a minute to understand what he was saying. Then he showed me the screen.
だから、これ見ろ。
The screen read, Takaru Miyashiro. That's me. How could I be making this call? Also, the freaky thing about that is Takaru already applied to lock his phone up. So they technically shouldn't have been able to use his phone even if they had opened it up.
なんだよ、これ。
So what is going on indeed? My phone was locked! No, wait! I called the company and had them shut off the account.
どうするんだよ、これ。なあ。
I didn't know what to do. Should I ignore it? I'd promised Kurusu that I'd give up the case. No, wait. Was now really the time for that? My mind raced, but I couldn't come up with an answer. What would you guys do? Like, would you answer the call? Or just hang up? The next thing I knew, I'd grabbed the phone from Ito and answered it. There was silence as everyone held their breath and watched me. I put my ear up to the phone and heard nothing. All I could hear was the sound of my own heartbeat. At some point, my breathing had become shallow and pained. I leaned against a nearby desk just to give myself some means of support. The person on the other end of the phone said nothing. What do I do? What do I do? Damn it, what the hell was going on? Say something, you idiot.
お前、誰だ?
Dare. My voice was shaking so much, it was pathetic. Everyone was perfectly still as they watched. It was no good. I couldn't hear anything. Morse code? Does anyone know Morse code? And hangs up.
Oi, どうした？
I dropped the phone and fell to my knees. Sadaka had come over towards me. I grabbed her and held her tight. I was so scared, so scared. Oh, okay, I get it. It was the knocking sound that he heard before, and it kind of traumatized him a little bit. It's the same knocking sound. The knocking sound I'd heard when I was at the hotel. I frantically rubbed the ear that I'd been holding up to the phone, but it wouldn't stop, it wouldn't go away. A sound. My chest was filled with foreboding. I'd snuck into that hospital and they'd stolen my phone. Didn't that count as something really bad? I don't know why they had to wake up at 5 a.m. I've always wanted to go to one of these culture festivals at these high schools. They look kind of fun. All the students in this gym roared as soon as Kawahara finished. Cheerful music began to fill the room, and students in costumes who probably belonged to some club or another began to dance. Half of the students watched them and laughed as they left the gym. They were probably the students in charge of the classroom displays and stalls in the courtyard. Kazuki looked over at me to see if I was okay. Even if it was a lie, it was all I could bring myself to say. I couldn't smile. Because of the talents, Kazuki was asked to handle the audio system along with me for the student council's opening ceremony. The rest of the student council, except for Kawahara as well as Sadaka and Ito, should have left during the ceremony to patrol the school. It was only going to get busier when the school opened to the public at 10 a.m., about 30 minutes from now. When that happened, people from outside the school would be allowed in, and many different events would be held. I had to do my job too, but I couldn't bring myself to get out of the chair. Huh? Kazuki offered me a lollipop.
Yeah.
Did she force me? Or no, she thought for a moment and took out a piece of dried squid from who knows where. I like how they added who knows where.
いや、そうじゃなくて。わかった。もらうよ。
I grabbed the lollipop and stood up. Kazuki stayed to handle the audio. She might have problems communicating, but there were many other members of the student council, and she'd probably be fine.
ありがとな。
自主映画特別棟2階視聴覚室でやってます。100円です。パンフレットタダで配布してます。
9時半から屋上のテニスコートでコメディテニスします。熱くなれよ。
I ignored the advertisements and headed to my destination. Oh my god, I just realized my mic was muted. Whoops. No, I should stop thinking about it. I'd asked myself all these questions already. Why had they called Ito? How were they able to? Was there a reason they called right at the start of the day of the new generation madness? Should I go to the police? Would they believe me? And I hadn't come up with the answers to any of these questions. I could hear loud murmurs in the distance.
裏門の方渡部来てるらしいぜ。
マジかよ、行ってみようぜ。
He was early. The meeting was supposed to be at 1 p.m. Oh, wait. He was going to do an article on the Culture Festival itself, right?
タク行かないの？
At some point, Seneca had walked up behind me. Was she on patrol?
どうせ後で会うんだし、別にいいわ。
And suddenly she got very close to me.
元気が足りないな。もしかしてまだ昨日のあれ気に。
そりゃそうだろ。
I'd be crazy not to be thinking about
と
it.
いうか、お前だってさっきまで暗い顔してたじゃないか。
When I'd seen her just a second ago, she looked really glum, but for some reason, she looked better now. She looked surprised that I'd seen her, and then...
それはそうだけど、でもさ、だったら何かが起きる前に私たちが解決すればいいじゃんって。
Oh, yeah, let's just solve the case before anything else happens, before anyone else dies. Is this just easy as that?
5人で仲良く真実を追求し、解決するのが新聞部のモットーでしょ？
This show? I'd never heard that motto before.
タクならできるって。
After giving me completely baseless motivational speech, she went back to her patrol.
タクならできるってか。
タクル、もう事件なんか追わないって約束して。帰ってきなさい。手伝ってほしいことたくさんあるの。
For now, I needed to get through this interview. First, there was a video to talk about, and then... the sumo sticker with a different face. It would be great if I could ask Watabe what that meant too. I took a deep breath and started to go over the interview in my head. You should probably move Twitch chat from game chat box. Oh, okay, hold on. Twitch chat. I could move it up, I guess. But a good point. Let's see. Maybe there. Maybe there. Thank you. No. Thank you for pointing that out. Alias 6? Am I saying that right? Alias? And welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for pointing that out. I really appreciate that. Not everyone will point out anything that's wrong with my stream, but I would rather people tell me if there was something wrong. But how are you?
来ないね。渡部さん、どうしちゃったのかな。
Uh-oh, Watabe didn't show up? It was already 1:15 p.m. The interview was supposed to start at 1 p.m. Everyone had heard that Watabe, the famous journalist, was going to be here. The audience's seat in the gym were packed. There were even people standing. Oh, it's going to be like a live interview. Interesting. Everyone in the newspaper club except Kurusu had arrived and we were waiting below the stage. All the preparations were complete. But there was no sign of Watabe himself.
控え室にはいたんだろ？
I'm actually surprised that the school would agree to do like a live interview instead of like screening an interview beforehand, because like what if he starts asking like really bad questions that would put the school into like a negative light, you know? I don't know.
1時間くらい前かな。挨拶し。
何やってんだ？緊張してトイレか？は？
ここだけの話、さっきからトイレばっかり行ってる。
So many
やっぱり
toilet
僕には無
trips.
理だ。こんな大勢の前で対談なんて。
今さらなんだよお前。
Oops. Sure, but I couldn't help but be nervous. I wasn't any good at dealing with crowds or people I didn't know, but now I was gonna have to deal with both. Take the hint.
よし、伊藤、部長の座を譲る。お前が仕切ってくれ。
He's handing over the baton. Ito laughed away an offer that I'd made in all seriousness. He stood up from his chair.
それにしても遅えな。みんな待ちくたびれてるじゃん。生徒会は何してんだ？
Watabe was supposed to be getting the VIP treatment, and it was the student council's job to take care of him. But with Kurusu gone, they were probably having a hard time keeping up with all their work. From what I'd heard, without Kurusu there to keep the peace, fights and arguments were breaking out everywhere. That only went to show how much everyone relied on her.
仕方ねえな。ちょっと呼んできてやるか。
あ、しんちゃん待って。私も行くよ。
あ、おい。
Don't leave me and Kazuki here alone. Neither of us are capable of talking to anyone. It's hilarious because they both. It's true. What if Watabe came while they were gone? What would we do then? Yeah, she doesn't say a word, and Takaru is really awkward. But Sadaka and Ito went off to the waiting room without us. This was a problem.
あれれ？まだ始まってないんすね。先輩、チャオっす。
Oh, it was just Aryumuna. Come to think of it, she'd asked me to ask Watabe about that picture.
ずいぶん遅いですね。
はい。今、迎えに行ってるけど。
ほーん。
そうだ、有村さん、聞こうと思ってたんですけど。
なんすか？
画像のことについて渡部さんを追求してほしいんですよね。その画像ってラブホテルの力士シールのことでしょ。それには僕たちも興味を持ってるんですけど、有村さんはどこまで知ってるんですか？
Aryumuna looked serious for just a moment, but then she grinned.
情報量は高くつくぜ、あんちゃんよ。
お金取るんですか？
当たり前よ。キャッシュで5000万スイス銀行に振り込んでくんな。
小学生みたいなこと言ってないで本気で教え。渡部さんにはうまく質問しますから。だから僕らにも情報を。
Yeah, come on. It's tit for tat.
ねえ先輩。
はい。
何度も言ってますけど、私に敬語はいりませんよ。改めてくれるまでずっと言い続けますからね。
はい。
She changed the subject. Aryumuna was incredibly interested in Watabe's picture of the sumo sticker. Did she think that if I questioned him about it, she might gain some valuable information? I considered this as I watched her twin tails bounce in the air. And then suddenly, the curtain on the stage began to rise. I could start to see the bottom of the lectern and the chairs. Wait, they're not even there. There was no message from the student council, and we had no idea what to do as we watched the curtain rise.
やっとかよおい。
遅えよ渡部。
As the curtain rose, the gym was filled with the cheers and boos of students.
人、おのえ、何してんだよ。早く戻ってこいって。
Are we gonna see something really bad here, like when the curtain fully rises? Man, I remember hating the main characters personally, but personality, but it makes the game so good later that it's definitely worth it. Which characters in particular? I kind of thought Takuru's personality was kind of like weird, and Sedeka is like kind of over the top. But I personally didn't really mind too much the gamer girl. I can't remember her name. The one he's with right now. And Ito is alright, I guess. I mean, they're all generic actually. And Nono was kind of like annoyingly like a goody good. Suddenly, Aryumuna spoke. Are we gonna see something? I called it. Something's wrong. She pointed to the stage. I looked up toward it. Huh? Oh my god. Watabe had come up the stairs backstage and was walking toward the podium. But he was staggering and struggling to stay up, and he looked like he was in pain. There was a thick sweat on his forehead, and something that looked like drool was dripping down from his lips. His stomach doesn't look right. But what was even stranger was his stomach. How to describe it? The spot between his ribs and hips, right where his stomach and intestines would be, was all swollen up. You heard the word beer belly a lot, but it was worse than that. It was as if someone had stuck a giant rubber ball under his shirt. The students saw this and started to whisper. Their voices grew louder and louder. Oh god. His moans grew louder as he reached the center of the stage. Just listening to them was enough to make you go crazy. But he's still like walking to the front of the stage. I don't know. Monkus. Monkus.
わからない。
The whole gym, including the three of us, started to get louder. Everyone was just like watching this and not like helping him. Oh god. What happened? Did he explode? He exploded, didn't he? Oh my god, this is just nothing. Non-stop screaming. The students' screams echoed in my ears. Some people were trampled in the mad dash for the exits, but as everyone else was panicking, Arimura and I stood there in silent shock. Something was pouring out of Watabe's mouth, mixed with his blood and stomach fluids. It had a face. Of course it wasn't Watabe's face. It was something we'd seen many times before. The sumo face? What was it? I knew it well, but it took me a few seconds to understand. And then? Oh my god. Why did he have so many of them? And he was fine this morning when he came, wasn't it? Arimura began to scream, her voice joining the cacophony created by the other screaming students. That's quite the image. October 10th, 2015, Saturday. 12:28 p.m. Oh, so this is an hour before, or 45 minutes before, in an unused classroom in Hekiho Academy.
何もないところですいませんが、ここでお待ちいただけますか？
いえ、早く来てしまったのはこちらですから。
Watabe bowed, and the man who had led him there from the teacher's office bowed back. Then the man left the room. He'd forgotten the man's name as soon as he'd heard it. All he remembered was that he was a typical high school teacher with somewhat delicate features. That was all Watabe thought he needed to know.
しかし、なんでもねえところだな。
He'd heard that Hekiho was famous, but once he'd gotten inside, he'd found that it was just a normal high school, maybe a little cleaner than most. He'd seen a TV crew from some station interviewing a student on his way here, but he couldn't imagine there was anything worth asking one.
まあ、多少は見どころのある奴らもいるみたいだが。
Since his ostensible reason for being here was to do an article on the culture festival, he had to take a few pictures. Since it didn't matter what pictures he took, he decided to just walk through the school. As he went by a class that was doing some kind of ghetto froggy cafe, there was a bit of a fuss. Student after student had asked him for handshakes and autographs. Almost the entire class had known his name. He'd even taken a selfie with a girl who said she was a huge fan of his. When he told her to keep it a secret, she'd given him an instant smile. That was the way it should be. That was the way normal people were supposed to act.
もっと上に行ってやれ。
It was only a short while ago that an online friend of his had suggested he come here. When he'd been putting together what he'd found about the sumo stickers, those fucking brats at the newspaper club here had published just before he did. He'd given up on publishing his own article, but at least decided to show it to someone. When he let his friends see it, they suggested he publish it anyway. True, he was confident in the article itself. He'd gotten a very good picture of the sumo sticker at the Love Hotel, which the newspaper club had only been able to get from a distance. There was a chance he'd be called out for plagiarism, but then his friend had continued. You're capable of turning that to your advantage, right? His friend knew him well.
所詮は高校生の一部活だ。
Everything would depend on how he handled the interview, but Watabe was confident he could use this to bolster his fame. The ideal result would be to show that the newspaper club were the ones who had copied him. They uploaded their newspaper to Nikoniya all the time, so they were sure to know who he was. If he offered them the chance to help with his articles, they'd jump on it no matter what demands he'd made. He started off at the very bottom, and he'd worked his way up this far. He was capable of getting any scoop he wanted. His power was a blessing from heaven for a man who wanted to be a first-rate journalist. In the whole history of journalism, there had never been a case where a net reporter had identified a suspect ahead of the cops, the news, or the magazines. When a writer at a weekly magazine had found a suspect before the police, the whole of Japan went into an uproar. Watabe wanted to surpass that.
あとは警察へのコネがあれば完璧だな。
His one worry was the Love Hotel incident. When he charged into the crime scene and gotten into a fight with the cops there, his camera had gone out of focus and he'd failed to get part of the sumo sticker. He'd used that to get a scoop, but if someone on the police force was paying attention to those stickers, and if they were enough of a weirdo to be paying enough careful attention to Watabe's articles, they might find something strange.
まあ、大して違ってはいないだろうからな。
I bet you that the sticker he posted is not the sticker that was used at the Love Hotel. People didn't really want to hear the truth. They wanted lies that sounded true, embellished so that they were all the more pleasing. Oh, it's that knock. It's that knock. The knock. When he heard the sound, he quickly flipped himself back into the hard-working, good-natured reporter mode.
はい、どうぞ。どうぞ。
They didn't open the door, nor did they say anything. Watabe grunted, soft enough that they couldn't hear, and then put on a smile as he went to answer the door. And we're back at this scene.
わからない。
Oh god. How many stickers had he swallowed? More screaming. The students all started to panic at once, and the gym was filled with screams. Then, Watabe's body fell to the floor, as if in slow motion. His legs were splayed. His eyes were open wide, still full of the terror of death. He was weeping tears of blood. And...
あれは
そんな
歴史シール
Yes, it was a huge pile of sumo stickers. Watabe was probably already dead, but there were still crumpled sumo stickers pouring out of his mouth. That had to have been a lot of stickers for him to eat. My heart was racing. Beads of cold sweat had formed on my back. I felt a scream welling up in my throat, but something held it back.
警察電話
Watabe's eyes were motionless, pointing toward nothing in particular. I wanted to look away from this madness, but I couldn't.
警察って何番そうだ117
No, wait, the police were... Wait, what was it? Maybe it was 119?
Oi.
I think it's 119. For Japan. When we heard the voice, we were finally able to tear our eyes away from Watabe's body. There was a female student making her way toward us, past the crowds fleeing towards the exit. A female student? No, she felt too grown up for that. And she was wearing a white lab coat. Between that and the sharp look in her eyes, part of me thought she might be a coroner.
一体何があった
She slowly looked around the gym, her gaze stopped at Watabe's body.
あれは
And then, without moving an eyebrow, she said,
やったのはお前たちか
Who was she talking to? Her words. Was she accusing me?
な
Achievement
るほどな。
unlocked. Her words.
じゃあ、被害者渡部さんは、時間になっても体育館に現れなかったと。
はい。
そこで、宮代くんと和樹さん、 それから有村さんが待っていたところ、彼がいきなり舞台に上がってきて、そこで事件は起きた。
はい。
After that, things happened fast. The black-haired woman called Detective Shinjo, who contacted the police station. Since our club was supposed to have an interview with him, we were questioned in our club room. During the questioning, we could hear students yelling outside and the sound of dozens of patrol car sirens, but soon it all faded back into silence. The police had probably sealed off the whole school. There had been no announcement about what was going to happen with the culture festival. But after what had happened, there was no way it wouldn't be shut down. Oh, it was only live for
伊藤
like
君と尾上さんは
how many
事件の前
hours?
に渡部さんの控え室へ行ったんだよね。
5 hours.
渡部さんとは会わなかったのかい？
Or no, 4 hours. The culture festival only lived for 4 hours, and now it's gonna be shut down. So what then? Oh wait, you already read that. Okay. Huh? Am I a suspect? That's what Ito must have thought because he suddenly started acting strange.
でも控え室には誰もいなかったんす。な、尾上。
Why would you act so suspicious?
部屋は空っぽでした。
生徒会の役員は渡部さんの世話をしてたはずだろ？
それもいなかったです。
Sadaka must have been surprised by the sudden question because she started to fiddle with her ghetto froggy cell phone strap.
おいお前。不愉快な音を立てるな。うるさい。
ごめんなさい。
She must have only realized then that she was doing it because she quickly took her hand away from the strap.
尾上、落ち着け。誰もお前を疑ったりしないって。
ありがとう、タク。
有村さん、二人の言ってることは本当かな？
ええ、嘘じゃないですね。本当に誰もいなかったみたいですよ。
There was no doubt in her voice. From the look on her face, you'd think she knew the whole story. And for some reason, Shinjo seemed to believe her.
そうか、了解だ。
He believed every word Arimura had said during the entire questioning. It was kind of strange. Did the two of them trust each other that much?
一応聞いておくが、有村さん、君は体育館に行く前は何をしていたんだ？
何言ってるんですか？直前まであなたたちと一緒にいたはずですけど、もしかして忘れてます？もしそうなら脳の精密検査を受けることをおすすめしますけど。
いや、もちろん分かっているさ。ただ念のためというやつで。
Shinjo scratched his head as if he didn't know how to respond. I take that back. There clearly wasn't any trust between the two of them. In fact, he didn't seem to know how to handle her. Then why would he trust what she said? Something felt strange. There was one more thing. Arimura had said that she was with Shinjo until right before she came to the gym. But there had been barely any time between Watabe's appearance on the stage and Shinjo's arrival. So what had Shinjo been doing at this culture festival?
まさか、最初から何かが起こると予想してた。
Did he? And then he'd gotten in touch with Arimura ahead of time?
状況から考えると、君たちが彼の死に関与していることはなさそうだ。しかし、そうなると誰が？
Who killed Watabe and how?
渡部さんが舞台に上がってきたとき、怪しい人を見たりしていないか？
はい。誰も。
君はどうだ？
The black-haired girl had been leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. She looked up.
残念ながら、私が駆けつけた時、現場はパニック状態だったからな。
Her voice was as mature and calm as her appearance. She was probably a third-year student, but I'd never seen her around the school before. Maybe the white lab coat was because she was part of the biology club or the science club, but what would a student be doing here with a detective?
まったく、面倒なことだ。お前たちが犯人だったら、簡単に済んでよかったんだが。
because catching a serial killer is nice and easy.
それ、どういう意味です？
どうもこうも。
私からすればあなたの方が怪しいですけど。
私は犯人じゃない。ほら、どうだ。私が嘘をついているかどうか、お前が一番よく分かっているはずだが。
Arimoto was clearly annoyed, but the black-haired girl didn't seem to care in the slightest.
まあまあ、久野里さん、それくらいにしといてくれ。
Her name is Kunosato then. Evidently she knew Arimura, but it was clear from their conversation that the two of them didn't get along. And for some reason...
おい、お前。
え？
他に誰がいる？
それは。
さっきから何をジロジロ見ている？
いえ。
だったら下でも向いていろ。鬱陶しい。
Oof. I didn't know why, but Kunosato seemed to have it out for me too, not just Arimura. What did I do? I never even met this girl before. Why would she act like this? Little does he know that she has that radio personality that he's so in love with. Or was I wrong and we'd actually met somewhere before? Did I do something to tick her off then? It was no good. I tried to remember and couldn't, but strangely, it felt like I'd heard that voice somewhere before. But where? It was really bugging me. There's nothing so useless as information that was inside you, but that you couldn't retrieve when you needed it. Information was only valuable if you could use it.
とにかくもう一度確認させてくれ。君たちは舞台の下で対談を待っていた。だが、いくら待っても渡部さんは現れず、伊藤君と尾上さんが様子を見に行った。その後しばらくして、突然渡部さんが舞台に上がってきて、そこで倒れた。
はい。
Oops, I suddenly remembered. His eyes were out of focus, but full of terror. He was weeping tears of blood. His hand was stretched out as if seeking help, and the sumo stickers poured out of his mouth, covered in blood and vomit. It was a bizarre scene. I looked over at Arimura, and she must have remembered it too because she was wincing.
両目から出血。口からは異物を嘔吐か。吐き出したのは力士シールと呼ばれる妙なシール。検視は進んでいるのか、新庄さん。解剖はいつ行われる？
子供たちの前でそこまでは。
Not in front of the kids.
子供たちの前か。
Kunosato snorted, annoyed.
まあとにかく君たち新聞部には全員ちゃんとアリバイがある。心配しなくていいからな。
I breathed a sigh of relief. Even if I knew I was innocent, I'd still be terrified of being arrested anyway.
ただ君と有村君、それと和樹君は事件を間近で見た目撃者だ。申し訳ないが、所轄の担当者が資料を作るのに協力してほしいと言ってる。
はいはい。やだって言ってもどうせ連れてくんですよね。
いや、別に君たちは被疑者じゃないから、あくまでも協力をだね。
この前もそんなこと言ってましたけど。
That's what they usually say.
しかし、なんだろうな、君たちは。
Shinjo brushed his hand through his bangs. He hadn't cut his hair for a while.
え？何がです？
前回の柿田さんの事件といい、先日の彼女、クルス・ノノさんの死傷事件といい、ここのところ怪しい事件といえば必ず君たちが関わっている。これは偶然なんだろうか。
それは。
He was right. Even ignoring what happened to Kurusu, this was another potential homicide like revolving dead. But we were just innocent bystanders. I knew that better than anyone.
僕たちは本当にたまたま。
たまたま？
Kunosato interrupted me.
本当にたまたまなのか？お前たちが気づいていないだけで何かある可能性は？事件を呼び寄せるような何かが。
I tried to say something back to her, but couldn't. Her eyes were that cold when she looked at me. Damn it. What was with this girl? I was starting to get angry, and that was enough to get me to open my mouth.
僕、あなたに何か。
なんだ
But I regretted it immediately. She was scary.
その。
言いたいことがあるならはっきり言え。時間の無駄だ。
じゃあ聞かせてもらいます。けど。
ああ。
なんだかすごく嫌われてるような。いや、僕の気のせいだったら、すみません。
気にしない方がいいですよ、先輩。この人は誰に対してもこんな感じですから。
To everyone? Was this true? That was okay then.
誰に対してもというのは違うな。
お前たち。
ああ、そうだ。お前たちだ。
Does she mean me and Arimura? Or...
もしかして以前どこかで。
いや、お前のその新規臭い顔を見るのは初めてだ。
That's so mean. Damn it. And why does she have to be such a bitch?
とにかく手口から見て今回の事件もこれまでの猟奇事件との関連性が疑われる。
ニュージェネの狂気の再来すか？
The strange way that Watabe had died, and then the fact that today was October 10th, just like Shinjo said, it's possible that there was a connection.
ああ、司法解剖の結果を待たなければ断定はできないが、日付と犯行の異常性は一致する。ところで、宮代君、聞いてもいいか？
はい、何でしょうか？
あのボードは君たちが？
Shinjo was looking at the map that we'd put together to follow the case.
そうですけど。
ちょっと見せてもらってもいいかな？
Shinjo stood up without waiting for my answer and walked over to the board. Kunosato moved away from the mall and followed him.
これ、どう思う？
そうだな。
The two of them started to whisper to each other. I tried to listen in, but I couldn't make it out. With nothing else to do, I whispered to Arimura.
久野里って人、うちの生徒なのか？
For some reason, Arimura was staring at me in surprise.
僕、何か変なこと言った？
いえ、先輩がタメ口だったから。
I must have been so distracted by everything else that was going on that I didn't think.
ごめんなさい、つい。
いえ、そのままでいいです。私は前からそうしてくれと言ってましたし。
わかりまし、じゃなくて、わかったよ。有村さん。
有村。
え？
さんもつけなくていいです。
That's very informal, just to call her Arimura.
わかった。有村。
That's quite the honor. First, the two of us had been together at the scene of Watabe's death, and now we had that strange, arrogant woman just angry at us. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Maybe that's why I was finally able to talk to her normally.
それで、何の話でしたっけ？
だからあの人。
The two of them were still talking about something in front of the map I'd made.
知らないんですか？先輩と同じ3年生だそうですよ。と言っても、ほとんど学校に来たことないらしいですけど。
学校に来ないって不登校ってこと？
さあ、私もそこまでは。
So she was in my grade, but I was sure I'd never seen her at school. Ito and Kurusu had a lot of connections. Would they know her?
っていうか、そもそも何者なんだ？僕たちのこと嫌ってるみたいだけど。
さあ。
さあって、知り合いなんだろ？
私もこの前会ったばかりで詳しいことは知りません。ただ
Our conversation was cut off by the sudden sound of a phone.
失礼。
Shinjo took his phone out of his pocket. It was an old Japanese flip phone. Who still used one of those in 2015? I started to worry about whether a wrongsider like that was capable of solving this case at all.
そうか。わかった。それじゃ。
Someone must have told him to go somewhere. He folded up his phone and put it back in his pocket, then turned to face us.
俺たちは先に失礼する。君たちの迎えは少し後になると思うが、くれぐれも協力頼むな。
はあ。
わかりました。
だからそうめんどくさそうな顔するなって。時間がかからないように手は打っておく。それじゃ
頼む。Shinjo motioned to Kunosato, and the two of them left the room. As she left, Kunosato gave us one last cold glance. And the room fell silent. No one felt like talking, so we started to take out our phones or read magazines. He'd said it would be a while before the police would arrive to pick us up. The only thing we could do was kill time.
Na.
I tried to talk to Arimura, but she either didn't hear me or was ignoring me. She was playing with her phone, too. She seemed to be trying to get in touch with someone. It looked like she had a lot of friends, so she may have been asking what happened with the culture festival.
もう一度事件の整理をしてみるか。
Oh, back to connecting the dots again.
タク。
ん?
Sedeka stopped me as I started to head for the board.
どうした尾上？
能力者ってなんだろうね。
は？
Psychic? Wait, psychic? Like those con artists you see renting dingy little shops? Couldn't
なんだそれ。ラノベかなんかの話か。
さっき、進藤さん？
How's the game going? It's going. Sup, Liverpool, the best. Welcome back. How are you?
新庄さんか？
How's your day been going? Shinjo, you mean?
さっき新庄さんが制服の上に白衣着た人とそんなことを。
お前、二人の話聞こえたのか？
Weekend, so it's been fine. Wait. What are you talking about the weekend? Today's Monday, isn't it? So it's the weekend for you? Ah, okay, your day off. Gotcha. It was true that the two of them had been mumbling in front of the board. I can barely hear it, but Sedeka was evidently able to make out some words from where she was sitting.
歴史シールの不可思議な現象とか、
Or
能
days
力者
off.
がなんとかとか、
Okay.
事件に関係あるのかなって。
So you got, like, today and tomorrow off, I'm assuming? Or... That's kind of nice. If they were talking about it now, then of course it had something to do with the case. But still, psychics? Like a mind reader or something? Or someone who can move stuff with his brain? They didn't think this was all being caused by psychics with superpowers or something, did they? Nice.
いくらなんでも、警察がそんなこと真面目に？
聞き間違いじゃないのか？
Well, I hope your days off are chill and that you're enjoying it. Both Ito and Kazuki were looking at her questioningly.
そうかな。確かにそんな風に聞こえたんだけど。
So now we get another lead into this case.
何か心当たりはないか？
There are psychics at work here. She'd spent time with Shinjo. Maybe she knew, but...
有村？
何ですかそれ。私アニメとか見ないんで。
Anyway, she didn't seem really interested. Well, that's what most people our age would think when they heard the word psychic.
尾上、他に何か聞こえなかったか？新庄。
他にはね、
She was about to open her mouth, but then the sound of the door opening cut her off. I bet you Arimura is just playing dumb. Seems like she plays dumb most of the time.
おーい、宮代くん、和樹くんいる？それに有村くんも。
I wonder if this teacher has something to do with it. He was the one who put the guy in an empty classroom. Like, he was most likely the last person to see him alive.
先生。
I don't know.
よしよし、おとなしくしてるね。そろそろ警察に行くよ。
え？警察の人が迎えに来るんじゃ。
引率係だよ。君たちは別に犯罪者じゃないし、あくまでもうちの生徒だからね。警察に呼ばれたなら僕が連れて行くのが筋だと思って。
This seems suspicious.
どうだい？僕っていい教師だろ？
He seems too, like, innocent. As if he'd ever actually done anything for us as our advisor. But still, I felt just a little relieved.
それじゃ行こうか。ああ、伊藤君と尾上君はすぐに帰宅すること。いいね。
Wait a minute. Ito and Omoe. That's Saraka and him, the other dude.
ういっす。
はーい。
The two of them started to get ready.
先生。
Oh, they weren't directly involved in seeing what happened at the stage. Okay. Maybe.
なんだい？
文化祭はどうなるんでしょうか。
さあ、今ちょうど会議中でどうなるかはまだわからないね。
All that hard work for only like 4 hours of it being live. That's all he said before he left the room. It was strange. Why had I asked
文化
that?
祭なんて別にどうでもよかったのにな。
嘘ね。
Well, when you put that much work into a culture festival, lying, how? I wanted to ask what she meant, but it was clear that she wasn't going to tell me. She followed Wakui out into the hallway.
どうかした宮代くん。
I could hear him from outside the room.
Hmm?
Kazuki made a let's go gesture and looked at my face. There was something that I wanted to know no matter what Saraka had just said. About Shinjo and Kunosato seriously discussing the word physics, or psychics. Wakui's entrance had interrupted our conversation, but I wasn't sure if it was okay to really write the idea off as silly nonsense.
すみません。これから警察行くなら結構時間かかりますよね。
そうなるだろうね。
だったら貴重品とかまとめて持って行ってもいいですか？
ああ、確かに。有村くん、君も自分の教室へ行って持ってきなさい。僕は昇降口で待ってるから。
はい。
I listened to the two of them walk away. Okay, that should buy me a little time.
おい、尾上。
どうしたの？
さっきの話の続きだけどな。聞かせてくれないか？
That was smart. What is this? Oh, we're back to this conversation. Where is the target? Being questioned for their involvement in the case. A suspect? It appears unlikely, but they may finally have noticed. Understood. Continue. Of course. Saturday still. Shinjo grimaced. The smell of death was enough to make him nauseous. Tomoaki Watabe's body had been taken to the university hospital and put on an autopsy table less than 2 hours after his death. Normally, an autopsy would never be held this quickly. There was paperwork that needed to be filled out, and the family needed to agree. But Watabe's death was so bizarre that the cause of death needed to be found as soon as possible. Shinjo had taken a hard line with his superiors and used rather forceful methods to get the family's permission to perform a lightning-fast autopsy. The police force as a whole seemed determined to avoid a repeat of the failures 6 years ago. But what was truly unexpected was Kunosato's statement that she would attend the autopsy as well. Since he couldn't let a civilian, especially a high school girl, attend an autopsy unsupervised, he'd been forced to go with her. The hospital's autopsy room was kept clean and very different from the musty atmosphere you often saw in foreign movies. But to Shinjo, the invisible smell of death was still thick in the air. It was nothing like seeing a body at a crime scene. It was almost physically uncomfortable. But Mio Kunosato, as near as he could tell, didn't seem bothered at all. Shinjo and Kunosato was watching the autopsy from the waiting room next door. The wall had glass to allow them to see into the room. The external and internal examinations had been completed, and now they were opening up the stomach and examining it.
君はこうなることを予見していたのか?
Why is the body draped? They only do this in like surgeries to, I don't know, like keep areas sterile or something? But you don't need to do this with a body.
予見?
今日わざわざ渡部の対談を見に行くと言い出したのはなぜだ?
They don't drape a body when they're examining it after death.
それどころか有村ひなえにも渡部と接触するよう昨日から指示していたんだろうまさか実は君が黒幕だとかいうオチはやめてくれよ。
そうできるならそうしてもいいかもな。
To be fair, it's a pretty disgusting body. Maybe they don't want to look at it. all the time. You would assume that as a coroner, you're used to seeing, especially as a coroner that examines a lot of like murder kind of victims, they're probably used to seeing stuff like that, so I don't think it has anything to do with that. Like, probably this is just more for like, you know, the artists to not have to draw so much stuff in there. But I'm just saying it doesn't really make sense in this context of like them performing the autopsy like this. Realistically, the body would just be naked. Shinjo couldn't tell if she was serious or not. He'd spent the last several days with her, but he still had no idea what she was thinking.
渡部が殺されるかもしれないという予感はあった。予感を確信に変えるために有村に接触するように指示したんだ。
Like there's no point in wasting resources like in draping the body because you would just have to launder that kind of crap afterwards.
だがまさか今日殺されるという予想はしていなかった。
有村ひなえが渡部に接触すると何がわかるんだ？
She didn't answer him, even though she was sharing police information with her. Would it really kill her to be a little more cooperative?
渡部はあの若さでスクープを連発しすぎていたと思わないか？
ああ。それが何か？
Just as he spoke, he could hear a muffled moan behind the coroner, or from the coroner. Oh, the coroner saw something fucked up. There were microphones in the autopsy room that would let them hear anything said there.
どうしたんだろう？
信じられない。
信じられない。
どうしたんだ？
Shinjo pounded on the glass and motioned for the coroner to explain. The coroner nodded and moved the body so that they could see it better. Then he held up a pair of tweezers. He plunged the tweezers into Watabe's open abdomen. From where Shinjo and Kunosato were standing, they couldn't see inside. The tweezers seemed to grab something. This was all he said as he lifted up the tweezers. Between them was a sumo sticker in excellent condition.
胃の中で見つかった。
綺麗すぎるな。
It shouldn't look like that. It wasn't twisted or broken. The sticker was almost entirely intact.
それだけじゃない。こんなのは異常だ。
Suddenly, Kunosato opened the door leading into the autopsy room.
勝手に!
Oops. Oh, I really wanted to read that. Backlog. You couldn't go in there without changing your clothes or disinfecting yourself. He tried to tell her that, but gave up. Maybe? Disinfecting yourself? But the body is dead, so I don't understand. I suppose they don't want to... Whoops. I suppose... Okay, and I suppose another reason would be they don't want to taint the evidence of the body, so they're trying to keep it clean? But otherwise you wouldn't be worried about, like, diseases or anything like that. It was more important what the coroner had seen, so he followed her in, even though he knew he wasn't supposed to. The coroner said nothing. He just stood silently, holding his tweezers. Even Kunosato was shocked by what she saw in the body. So was Shinjo. He covered his mouth with a handkerchief. It was just too bizarre. Watabe's stomach was so swollen it seemed about to burst. And inside the stomach, he could see, not just dozens, but hundreds of sumo stickers.
まだちゃんと確認はしていないが、食道にも異常なほどの膨張が見られる。
I'm pretty sure he swallowed all those stickers.
シールが途中で詰まっている可能性が。
考えられる死因は
窒息死だろうな。
Suffocation from eating too many stickers?
つまりこういうことか。渡部は窒息するほど何枚も何枚も何枚も力士シールを飲み込んでいた。
Damn. Not one, not Shinjo or the coroner said a word. By the time Kazuki and I got back from the police, the school looked completely different. Oh, they took it all down. The bustling school building was now almost completely empty. All the police tape was gone, except from the gym, but the death had occurred. They must have finished the examination of the area. From the look of things, if I went back to the club room, I probably wouldn't find anyone, but for now...
Huh?
ああ、タク、花ちゃん、おかえり。
Well,
なん
that
だ
was nice of
思
them
っ
to
たより
wait.
早かったな。
Sarika and Ito were
有
there.
村は？
警察からまっすぐ帰った。もしかして僕たちを待っててくれたのか？
誰が好き好んで野郎を待たなきゃいかんのだ。和樹のことを待ってたんだよ。
Kazuki gave Ito a little bow.
花ちゃん、騙されちゃダメだよ。しんちゃんは片付けに時間がかかってるだけだから。
こらこら、言うなお前は。
Well, that's what I'd figured, but I felt a lot better. I could still see that awful corpse when I closed my eyes. Since I hadn't eaten anything since this morning, there's nothing to go up my throat but stomach acid. Because of that, my esophagus was starting to hurt. Just being able to talk to everyone like this made me feel a lot better.
あ、でも片付けってことはやっぱ中止なのか、学祭。
I would say that's a fair assessment.
うん、タクが出てった後、アナウンスがあって。
そっか。もしかしたら延期って可能性もあるかと思ったんだけど。
ま、しゃあねえわな。なんたって殺人だからな。
And since it might have to do with all the other strange deaths, the school probably didn't have much of a choice.
で、お前らの方はどうだったんだよ。犯人扱いとかされなかったか？大丈夫か？
That would suck for the students who work so hard.
なんで僕が疑われるんだよ。
weeks.
むしろ重要な目撃者だぞ。
だからじゃねえか。ミステリーで目撃者っつったら容疑者確定だろ。
刑事ドラマの見過ぎだって。
Oops. Whatever. This is the second time after the revolving dead incident that someone had died near me.
それにしてもさ、本当に今日事件が起こるなんてな。これで俺たちの推測は当たってた。ってこと。
そうだな。
I leaned my tired body back into a chair and looked at the map on the wall. Now there was even more evidence. We could be certain at this point that what happened this morning was in some way related to the new generation madness, but we didn't know who had done it, or why. The sumo stickers that made me sick every time I saw them were the only clue we had.
しかも今回の渡部の殺人には、それが直接凶器として使われていた。
Dun dun dun.
なんだって？
To be honest, I didn't really want to remember that. There was no way to know this unless you experienced it for yourself, but seeing something in a video and seeing it in person were two radically different things. The biggest difference was the smell. Even if there was no blood, like this morning, there was still a unique stench in the air. Part of it was the smell of vomit and the excrement that slid out of the body after the muscles had relaxed, but it was more than that. There was this unique stench the bodies of the dead possessed. The smell of death, you might call it. Whenever I saw the body in my mind, I also remembered that scent.
警察の話だと、渡部の死因は窒息死だよな。
シールを口に入れられて、喉に詰まっちゃったのかな。
I would say he willingly ate the stickers. Kinda like what happened with that guy who chopped his own hand off. Or arm?
犯人はなんでそんなことしたんだ？つうかさ、そもそも今までの事件と犯人が同じだと思うか？
どういうこと？
だって、なあ。
Ito stopped and shrugged. I knew what he was trying to say. If we assume that all these incidents were related, compared to Don't Look at Me, Leaky Noise, and Revolving Dead, this murder seemed very different. The killer jammed sumo stickers in the victim's mouth until he choked. It was cruel, sure. It also felt sloppy, brutal, and crude. But how do we know that the killer forced him?
僕だって最初はそう考えたよ。警察から話を聞くまではね。でも。
When I was leaving the station, I heard the cops talking about the results of the autopsy. They said Watabe's stomach was filled to bursting with sumo stickers. So this case was every bit as weird as the other three. I tried to get out of the chair, but I was still a little tired, so I staggered a bit.
すべての事件の特徴を順を追って見てみると、今回の事件も明らかに同一の事件に属するものじゃないかと思えるんだ。
これまでの事件と共通点があるってこと？
それを聞いてほしい。順を追って話す。
That's right. What I was about to explain included a critical factor that we never even considered before. It was what we talked to Setaka about before I left for the police station.
さっきの話の続きだけどな。聞かせてくれないか？
さっきの話？
言ってたろ。新庄さんと黒里さんの話。能力者とか不可思議なこととか。
ああ、なんだっけ。そうそう、なんかね、変なんだって。これも。
そりゃ変だろ。だからこそ僕たちだって追っかけてるわけだし。
ああ、そういう意味じゃなくてね、死んだ被害者の人たちが。最初の犠牲者、こっちみんなの人のニア生のタイトル知ってるよね。
俺し、未来が見えてしまう剣だろ。
本当にね、その未来を予知できたのかもって。
は？
That's crazy. Was it some kind of joke?
で、次の音漏れたんなんだけど、ライブに来てた人が変だったんだって。
Them weirdos.
変ってどういう意味だ？
なんか熱に浮かされてたみたいな感じ。歌自体は大したことないんだけど、歌声に取りつかれたみたいな。
なんだよそれ。よくわかんないな。
そんなこと言われても、そう言ってたんだもん。
まあいい。で、次の回転デッドは？
バイトなのに業績がすごく良かったって。
それは単に有能だっただけじゃないのか？
そうなんだけどね、なんかこう相手の望んでることがわかるっていうか、もしかしたら盗聴でもしてるんじゃないかって陰で言われてたみたい。
So, psychics?
私が聞いたの。
いや、上出来だ。よくそこまで聞き取ってくれたな。
もしかして役に立つ？
ああ。
Shinjiro and Kurosato was talking very softly, so I hadn't been able to hear it at all. It was definitely thanks to Setaka that we had this information, but still.
能力？そんなまさか。
Oh, it might explain why Watabe knew and was able to publish that article of his about the sumo stickers.
おーい、宮代くん、まだなのか？
あ、すみません。すぐ行きます。
After what I'd heard from talking to Setaka, it was unbelievable, but if I looked at all the cases so far in light of that...
すべてを確かめるために、もう一度事件を整理してみるから、見ててくれ。
I turned to face the board on the wall. When I did so, I could feel strength coming back to my tired body and mind. Good. I was fine. What happened this morning hadn't made me afraid. Everyone looked at the map of Shibuya, even Kazuki.
なんだ？円数2をプレイするんじゃないのか？
For some reason, Kazuki always participated when we used this. Well, whatever. I should start with the first case. The keys were what I'd heard from Setaka before going to the police station and what I knew about the victims. Together they implied that...
そうか。やっぱりそういうことなのか。
No, wait. That can't be right.
けど、そう考えれば全ての辻褄が合う。
Actually, there was a lot of things that could only be explained that way. My mind raced. And soon I felt a curiosity welling up within me that overrode the terror and disgust that I'd felt when I was at the scene of the murders.
やっぱりそうだ。信じられないけれど、あり得る。
It was a stupid idea, maybe, but if it was true, it would be incredible. It would change everything we thought we knew about the world.
なんだよ。気持ち悪いな。急に変な笑い声出すなよ。
だってね、 なんかいつものタクに戻ったなって。
あ、
Now that I thought about it, I'd gotten so excited that I'd forgotten the nightmares that were going on around me. I should get back on topic.
僕は気づいたんだ。直接犯人には繋がらないかもしれないけど、事件の全容を知る上で、いや、ひょっとしたら世界の常識を覆すような大きな共通点に。
I could see Kazuki gasp in surprise.
マジかよ。
すごい。
Everyone was looking at me as I explained everything in turn.
まず今回の渡部氏殺害事件がニュージェネの狂気の再来と呼ばれる一連の事件の延長線上にあるという話。
でもよ、さっきも言ったけど、ただの窒息死なんだろ？
Or did he?
いや違う。渡部の死因は確かに窒息死だけど、単に口の中いっぱいに力士シールを詰め込まれて死んだわけじゃない。
どういうことだ？
I stopped for a moment and took a deep breath. I knew that when I imagined it, I was going to shiver.
彼は力士シールを胃の中までいっぱいに詰め込まれて死んだらしい。
Everyone's eyes went wide. I could tell that they were trying to figure out the meaning of what I just said.
胃の中まで？それって。
That means he swallowed them. He was eating all the stickers.
そう。力士シールを無理やり、それも噛み砕くことなく原型を残したまま大量に飲み込んで、あるいはそれが原因で窒息して死んだ。そういうことになる。
He ate sumo stickers to death.
そいつは、
It's pretty sickening. It kind of reminds me of Seven.
雑どころじゃないんだ。むしろあまりにも変質的なんだよ。
だったら確かに今回の事件も一連の事件と同じ流れの中にあるってことになるわけか。
I nodded. Then I wrote down a brief outline of Watabe's death and pinned it to the map.
だがな、宮代、それがさっき言ってた世界の常識を覆すほどの共通点なのか？
いや、今のはただ渡部氏殺害事件が連続殺人事件の一環であるということを確認しただけで、もちろん本題はこの先にある。
I stopped talking for a second and looked around at everyone's faces.
まずこっちみんなと呼ばれている第一の事件の被害者、大谷優馬。彼は未来がわかると言っていた。
んなのただの煽り文句だろ。
Or was it?
いいから最後まで聞けって。
Ito shrugged and stopped talking.
第二の事件、音漏れ炭。被害者高柳百音の歌声には妙な魅力があったってファンは口を揃えて証言してる。聞いているだけでトランス状態になれるって。
うんうん、あの刑事さんそんなようなことを言ってた。
クラブとかで踊ってる連中と同じだろ。音楽や歌が聴いてる人間をトランス状態にするのはよくあること。
人をそういう状態にするにはそれなりの条件が必要だろ。クラブなんかはそういう効果をもたらすために作られた閉鎖空間だ。でも高柳百音がストリートライブをしていた場所は違う。何の設備もない路上だ。
まあいいや、続けてくれ。
そして第3の事件、回転デッドの被害者柿田博則。彼はまるで顧客の心が読めているみたいだったそうだ。
おい、まさか。
Ito seemed to realize what I was trying to say. That's my partner for you. He's got good intuition.
渡部のあの写真、力士シールの表情が違うってことは言ったよな。
Even though he was doubting him with every case, coming up with like reasonable reasons. I'd already told everyone that the expression on the sumo sticker I'd photographed at the Love Hotel and the one in Watabe's article were different.
最初あれはコラージュか何かだと思った。実際渡部にはそういう噂があったからな。でもどうやら違うらしいんだ。刑事に確認してみたんだよ。そしたら渡部の撮った写真には改ざんされた形跡はなかったらしい。となると考えられる可能性は、
There was a chance that many of Watabe's too good to be true photographs weren't taken with a camera. He probably used some form of psychic photography. Oh. I wrote everything that occurred to me down on a memo and pinned it to the map. That's interesting. Interesting theory. Wait, Watabe's image wasn't real, taken with psychic photography. Ito laughed as I put it up.
いやいや待てって、いくらなんでもそりゃないだろう。
しんちゃん、今ので分かったの？
Kazuki seemed irritated that Ito had figured out the answer before her. She started to bang on the wall like she always did.
おいこらやめとけ。
要するに宮代はこう言いたいんだ。今回の事件の被害者に共通するのは全員不可解とも思える現象を引き起こしていたという点だ。それが意味するのは
Yes, and that means they... do I get to pick one? Use tricks to control others' minds. We're aliens from outer space. Or they have special powers. Let's select these.
そう。彼らはみんな
Superpowers.
彼らは特殊な能力を持っていた。そうだな。
Ito took the words right out of my mouth.
特殊って、つまり？
尾上が新庄さんから聞いた言葉で言うなら能力者、つまり超能力者ってことだよ。
超能力？
超能力ってミステリー小説だったら奮発物どころか読者が怒っちまうぜ。
残念ながらこれは小説じゃない。事実だ。
だったらなおさらだよなあみんな。
Ito looked around at the others, expecting their agreement. But while Kazuki had looked surprised for a moment, she'd quickly returned to her usual inscrutable expression, and Sedaka was excited about something completely different.
超能力ってあれでしょ？こう透明になって女子更衣室に忍び込んだりするやつ。
Oh my god. That's like the first idea she turns to? No, 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 no. Where did that come from?
まあそういうのもあるかもしれないけど、普通はテレパシーとか。
あ、テレパシーいいな。携帯電話とかいらないから料金かからないし。
Oh, because if you have telepathy, then, you know, free calls are all where it's at. Forget it. I should just give up on trying to talk to her about anything complicated.
でもさ、超能力なんて言い始めたら何でもありだろう。それこそ誰かが遠くから超能力を使って殺人を犯したとか。
He might be onto something here. The murderer may be also psychic too.
いや、超能力って言っても多分そこまで便利なものじゃないんじゃないかな。せいぜい一つの能力しか使えないとか、それに忘れてもらっちゃ困るけど、超能力者なのは犯人ではなく被害者だってことだ。
でも被害者が超能力者ってことは犯人もそうだってことも考えられるだろう。
I think Ito's onto something here.
まあな。
That was certainly possible. Or no, it might actually be likely. Oh, there we go.
ああ、そういえばさ。
Sedaka cut the two of us off. Her voice was easygoing and unconcerned.
前にアットチャンネルか何かでそういう都市伝説があるってタク言ってなかった？確か。
あ、
That's right. How could I have forgotten something so important?
ああ、それなら俺も知ってるけどさ。でもあれって地震で死んだ人の霊が取り付くとかなんとか言われてる話だろ。いくらなんでもそれはな。
例の話は後付けで、現象だけは実際のものだとしたら。
Dun dun dun.
んなこと言ってもさ。
火のないところに煙は立たないって言うよ。
火の気のないところに火をつけて回るのがアットチャンネルだろうが。
That At-chan.
それはそうだけど。
でも尾上は聞いたんだよな。能力者がどうとか言うのは。
そうだよ。警察の人が言ってたもん。
だからってよ。
Ito didn't still seem willing to accept it. Well, I could understand that, even though I thought this was a little crazy, but for some reason it felt to me like this was the explanation closest to the truth.
伊藤の言いたいこともわかる。でも仮説の一つとして考えておいてもいいとは思わないか。
それはまあ。
He fell silent. Normally Kazuki would have gotten bored with all this talking and gone back to her computer, but today she wasn't moving. She wasn't participating in our conversation, but for once, she seemed interested.
まあ、100歩譲って宮代の仮説が正しいとしようじゃないか。じゃあ
もう一つの共通点って？
力士シールだろ。
あ、そっか。
The sumo stickers were involved in this case too. No, this time, they were actually the murder weapon, you could say.
そもそもなんで全ての現場に力士シールがあるんだろうな。
普通に考えたら殺された人が残すんだよね。ダイビングメッセージだっけ？
Diving message?
ダイイングな。
Dying, yeah. What do they put for a dying message in the tips here? A message left by someone who's dying, often seen in mystery books where it is left as a clue by a murder victim. There have been several cases where dying messages were left in actual murders.
でも今回の場合は凶器そのものが力士シールなんだから、それは当てはまらない。
I would say that doesn't count.
となると犯人が置いてったってことだよな。自分がやったってことを分からせるためか。
誰かに何らかのメッセージを送るためか。
Which means that card would have some kind of meaning that all the victims understood. But the only thing that they have in common that we know about now is that they had special powers.
あ、電話だ。
Sadaka took her phone out of her pocket and looked at the screen, then frowned and looked at me.
のんちゃんから。
No.
ということで、吉祥寺で今行列ができているラーメン店3つご紹介しました。どうですか？気になるお店ありましたか
？2つ目のつけ麺のお店が気になりますね。魚介スープではなく味噌ラーメン風のスープというのが新しいなと思いまして。
Wait, miso styled broth is innovative? Oh, for dipping sauce, I see.
今テロップが出ていますね。速報です。今日お昼頃、フリージャーナリストの渡部智明さん22歳が
Oh, he wasn't that old, 22? There was a large sign at the top of the screen which read, Freelance journalist Tomoaki Watabe dies violently during speech.
渋谷署では事件・事故の両方の可能性があるとして、渡部さんの死因や病気の有無など詳しく調べています。渡部さんはつい先日、渋谷で大量に貼られている力士シールと連続自殺事件に関連性があるという内容のスクープ記事を書き、注目されていました。
You hear? Watabe's dead. What? You mean the Watabe? Wow, that's a shock. Yeah? Watabe, I'm gonna cry. You knew him? No, but I thought he was great. This reminds me of like Gaia Online. Just a fan, huh? Lol. He seemed really smart. You know, when you look at him, he isn't all that hot. So it was face in the end? Lol. Why'd he die anyway? I don't know, but that's what they were saying online. Wasn't he on TV yesterday? I mean, Ryan. He was writing an article about how the sumo stickers in Shibuya had bad news. What? Was he was the one putting them up? Lol. No, lol, he didn't put them up. That the sumo stickers had something to do with the case. The new generation madness, you know. Was Watabe killed? Sorry, I had to plug in my phone. By the people putting up the sumo stickers? Scary shit, lol. Those eyes are God's eyes? Huh? Those eyes. are God's eyes? Okay, this girl's been freaky. Oops. According to an announcement by Shibuya Metropolitan Police on the afternoon of the 10th at around 1 p.m., Tomoaki Watabe was found dead. The Shibuya police are investigating both the possibility of an accident as well as potential murder or suicide, and are looking into the cause of Mr. Watabe's death and any illnesses he may have had. First, her spouse, rest in peace, skipping the ASCII art. Rest in peace, lols. The Schadenfreude is giving me a boner. You had to dance with hard luck, huh? That's what you get. Holy shit. Ooh. Rip. Rest in peace, lol lol lol. Whose eyes are those eyes? Did he learn too much? The darkness of the sumo stickers runs deep. Wait, this is seriously scary. How come you guys are laughing? Somebody has to have killed him, right? Holy shit. I think those eyes are God's eyes is a thing from the first game. Whose eyes are those eyes is also from Chaos Head. Wait. There's like a game that came prior to this game? If I was aware of this, I wasn't meaning to play them out of order. Oh no. Wait, does this mean I might be possibly missing out on something here in playing this game? It's not too important? Okay. So this is primarily mostly standalone then. But that's good to know that there is a previous game then. The sumo stickers are God. No objections allowed. Glad that asshole's dead. Which one of you guys did this? That's what you get. Huh? So the dates match again? Those are God's eyes? Why do you guys hate them so much? He's just some loser plagiarist. So, who's this guy again? Don't put out breaking news update just because his dumbass died. I was recording fucking Conan. Worship the sumo stickers. Die. This proves it. Next time we'll be on 1023. Sumo stickers are God. No objections allowed. Repent for your sins. And I can't bear it. Oh my god. The bear ASCII art didn't come out very nicely. You're late. That's what I'm here to see. Ended up like Watabe. Maybe Watabe killed himself to prove his article is right. If so, then he's got my respect. The miraculous carnival is about to begin! What is happening in Shibuya? Rest in peace. Weird. Whoa. We're starting off on a negative positive. Okay, negative or positive, guys. Otherwise I'm gonna flip coin. I silently looked up at the building. I haven't finished Chaos Head yet, so I don't know for sure. I'm hoping that it's not. Dogmatic stickers. Okay. We're gonna flip a coin for this. I've been letting chat either pick it or I just flip a coin quickly for these choices. What is it? It's heads. That's positive. Positive. The lights were on in the room at the end of the living room at the third floor, which meant she was awake. I'd known she would be, but still, I couldn't help but sigh. That was the end of my last hope. After Sadaka had answered the phone, she'd handed it to me without saying a word. Just like I expected, her voice was calm. Both me, Sadaka, and Ito know from experience that meant she was angry. I'll vote negative for all future votes. Okay. She told me to come home immediately in a flat, emotionless voice. I couldn't even make any excuses. I'd been hoping she'd be asleep when I got back, but now I realized that there was never any chance of that. No, I didn't know for certain what she wanted, that she wanted to talk about today. Sorry. No, I didn't know for certain that she wanted to talk about what happened today. It might be about something else. Trigger on.
クルス。
タクル？来てくれたのね。入って。
I came inside. Kurusu welcomed me from the bed.
おかえり。ちょっと待って。
Kurusu started to rummage through something under the blankets. If she was going to get mad, I'd prefer it if she got mad now. Right now, it felt like sitting on a bed of nails. It was hellish.
あのさ、今日呼び出したのって、やっぱり。
Just as I spoke, Kurusu stood up.
なんで脱いでるんだ
She looks like she's naked. Oh, but if she'd been lying down this whole time, it would make sense if she wasn't dressed. Wait, that wasn't the issue here.
背中を拭いてもらおうと思って。
もしかして呼び出したのってそのためか。
ごめんね。迷惑だった？
あ、その、いや、なんていうか。
I like how it just lowered that shot. This didn't make sense. Kurusa wasn't usually like this. I wasn't sure how to handle her now that she was acting this way.
ユイやユウトに頼めばいいのに。
That side boob. She should have just asked Yui or Yuto.
タクルに甘えたくなっちゃったのかも。こういう時ぐらいいいでしょ？
Oh, special circumstances. She wanted me to do that?
そんなこと言い出すなんて絶対変だ。熱でもあるんじゃないのか。
恥ずかしがることなんてないのに。何年か前、タクルが熱出して寝込んだ時に私いろいろやってあげたじゃない。
いろいろって？
下の世話だってしたよね。
Took care of you down there too? What? Kurusu giggled a little. I hadn't heard anything about her having a fever, so why was she acting this way?
タクルの体のことなら私何でも知ってる。兄弟なんだからそれは普通のことでしょ？
Was that normal?
お願い、タクル。今日だけでいいから。
Just for today.
甘えさせてよ。
わかったよ。
ありがとう。
But it was still embarrassing enough that I couldn't bring myself to look at her.
タクル、目をそらさないで。
This is quite the delusion. My heart skipped a beat.
それってどういう？
私の全部をタクルに
expose all
今
my
からさら
secrets.
け出すから。
Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna let you guys enjoy this scene. I'll be back in like 3 minutes-ish. Here we go. Sorry. But yeah, I'll be back. To be honest, I wanted to run away as soon as I could. But I just said I would do it. I couldn't betray Kurusu when she was this weak.
見るよ。
嬉しい。
I looked straight at her body. That is quite the view.
何か言ったら？
Hi, back. I'm Equilator. Hello, Equilator. How are you? She was beautiful, but I couldn't bring myself to say that.
それじゃあタクル、お願いしていい？
お願いって？
だから体を拭いてほしいんだけど。
That's right. I'd forgotten.
そこにタオルあるから。
She already had a towel and a bowl of hot water ready. I wet the towel and got closer to Kurusu.
前から後ろから
The front. She fidgeted. It was really cute to see Kurusu acting this way.
前も拭いてくれるの？
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, the front side too? Kurusu didn't need me to wipe down her front side. She could do it herself.
いやだってずっとこっち向いてるから。
Oh no, I was panicking even more than usual.
ごめん。背中だよね。
いいよ。
え？
She looked straight at me.
いいよ。
What was okay? No, I didn't need to ask. I gulped again, and I looked back at her. Her pale skin was slightly slick with sweat. Her breasts were large, firm, and round. Her hips formed a smooth curve. She looked like a statue of Venus. I never realized Kurusu was so pretty. I wanted to touch her body. She looked so soft. Her skin looked so clear. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't turned on. Wow, he's very honest. But more than anything, I wanted to touch it because it belonged to Kurusu. I wanted to touch her beautiful body because it was hers. I reached my hand out towards Kurusu's neck, not the one with the towel, but the empty one, and ran my fingertips softly down the side of it. Wow.
タクル、なんでそんなところ。
Her body shook a little. It was indescribably cute. Kurusu was always the big sister, bossing me around and telling me what to do. And now she was squirming under my touch. This is why we vote negative, lol. It felt good, like I'd made her my own.
クルス。僕はクルスのこともっと好きにしたい。
She nodded, embarrassed.
あなたの好きにして。
Oh yeah, sure. Kurusu, I will not stop tickling you until you apologize. I was trying too hard to escape from reality. If I was imagining Kurusu in a situation like that, I must be under more stress than I thought. When I went inside, she was sitting on the bed waiting for me.
傷に触るだろ。ちゃんと寝てないと。
また警察に連れて行かれたって聞いたんだけど。
Kurusu cut me off. Her voice was calm and level. Normally this would have been a relief, but in Kurusu's case, it just made me feel even more scared.
この情報に間違いはないわね。
誰の情報？
そんなの誰だっていいでしょ。それより。
それは。
Kawahara must have told her. Damn it. Why did he have to tell Kurusu of all people? I knew I was in for another lecture. No, I'd be lucky if it was just a lecture. If it was anything worse. But you know what? It wasn't his fault. He was just witness to a murder that happened at school. I didn't want to think about it. If her voice was this calm, it was a warning sign. I needed to proceed cautiously.
さっきから黙っているなんて、一体どうしたんでしょうね。もしかしたら、私の声が聞こえなかったんでしょうか。
She suddenly changed. You're kidding me. Normally I get a little more time.
そういうことならもう一度お聞きしましょうか。先ほどのお話は。
聞こえてます。大丈夫です。
そう。だったらどうしてお返事してくれないのかしら。
すみません。
まあいいでしょう。それで？
はい。さっきの話は本当です。でもそれは僕のせいじゃなくて事件が起きたんだからしょうがないっていうか。
ほら、クルスも知ってるだろう、渡部との対談の件。そういうわけで警察に連れて行かれたのは僕たちが重要な目撃者だっただけで、他には何もないから。本当に。
Kurusu was watching me with extremely cold eyes the entire time I talked. I somehow managed to look back at her as I shared something that wasn't an excuse that I'd been feeling lately.
でもさ、最近なんか少しおかしいと思ってるんだ。
おかしい？何が？
最初はさ、もちろん僕たちから興味を持ってけど、最近はその事件自体が逆に僕らを追ってきてるような、
It kind of feels
そ
like
んな気が
that.
するんだよ。
The case is coming after us. When I said that, I realized how right it felt. That was the only way I could think of to describe what had happened today. It was Watabe who asked for an interview with us. And Watabe had died in front of us before we'd even talked to him. We hadn't had any choice in any of it.
昨日。
Kurusu opened her mouth quietly.
昨日言ってくれたわよね。昨日考えるってそう言ってくれたわよね。
それは
I had said that, yes.
僕だってそのつもりだったよ。でも今日またいろいろあって、それで新しく分かったことがあるんだよ。
分かったこと？
そうなんだ。さっき部室でみんなと話してたんだけど、今回の事件の被害者には共通点があるんだよ。その共通点とは何かっていうと、実は。
And then I stopped. I wasn't sure if Kurusu would understand what I was trying to say, but I couldn't think of anything else to do, so I just told her exactly what had happened.
実は一連の事件の被害者ってみんな特殊な現象を体験してたみたいなんだよ。未来予知とか人の心を読んだりとか念写とか、つまり超能力ってことで。
超能力？
Kurusu froze. She probably hadn't been expecting that.
そうなんだ。全員が何かしらの能力を持ってた可能性があって、この予想が本当なら事件そのものだけじゃなく世界的な常識を根本から覆すことになるかもしれない。これってすごいことじゃ。
And then I realized that she was acting strange. Her gentle smile had vanished and she was sitting there expressionless. I realized that I'd made a mistake, but it was too late. She was just about to blow. When she got like that, it meant she was building up in her anger for an explosion. The only thing I could do now was wait for the thunder to come crashing down on me. Here it comes. I closed my eyes. But I waited and waited and nothing happened. I opened my eyes and saw... Kurusu looking weaker than I'd ever seen her before.
タクル、お願いだからこれ以上はやめて。
How come we don't get to see a picture of her face here?
やめて。
Like, come on. They have pictures of her pained face. She reached out with shaking hands to grab my arms.
クルス。
怖いの、私。これ以上あなたが事件に首を突っ込んで何かあったらと思うと、いても立ってもいられない。怖くて怖くて。あなたにだってわかるでしょ。大切なものを失うのがどれだけ辛いことか。私はもう失いたくないの。家族を、大切な人を。 だからお願いタクル、そんなおかしな事件を追うのはもうやめて、お願い。
Kurusu seemed so weak, like she was about to cry. I was shocked. I never thought she'd let me see her like this.
そうか。
I still didn't understand how much I'd been making Kurusu worry. Her hands gripped me harder, as if she was trying to stop me, as if she was clinging to me. A gasp of pain slipped from her mouth. Maybe her wound had opened up again. She kept on clinging to me tightly. She held me and wouldn't let me go. I was a fool. I was such a fool. I'd gotten cocky just because I'd learned something new. I'd forgotten how much that would hurt the people close to me.
ごめん。ごめん。本当にごめん。そんなに心配させてたなんて。僕。
タクル、それじゃあ。
でも。
I removed Kurusu's hands as gently as I could.
一つだけやっておかなきゃいけないことがあるんだ。それだけは許してほしい。
それは大事なことなの？
うん。
私たち家族より大事なことなの？
同じくらい大事なことかな。
同じくらい。一体何がそんなに。
スマホ取り返さなきゃ。
My phone was stolen that night. Now it was in the hands of the mysterious girl who was either connected to the killer, or maybe the killer herself. I didn't know. But given what I'd seen so far, there was no way she wasn't connected somehow. So I had to get it back, no matter what.
そんなの。
ダメなんだ。あれには新聞部のデータが入ってる。それにここのことも。もしそれが見られたら。
データって連絡先とか取材の成果とかでしょ？それにロックだってかけてあるって。
うん。でももしものことだってあるし。
If there really were psychic powers, someone might have a way to get the data off of it, and then something terrible might happen. Oh. Another trigger event? Huh? Suddenly the lights went off and the room was plunged into darkness. The darkness was so sudden that my eyes didn't have time to adjust. I could barely see anything.
クルス、どうしたんだよ、おい!
Even though she was right in front of me a second ago, she didn't answer. There was only the silent darkness.
クルス、返事しろよ。どこ行ったんだよ。
クルス・ノノならいない。もう殺した。
What? Suddenly a voice came from the darkness. I turned towards it and I saw a small shadow standing there.
宮代タクルだな。
Oh, it's this girl.
お前。
That's the girl who took our phone.
余計なことに首を突っ込まなければ死ぬこともなかったろうに。
Her hands were filled with knives. The silver blades shone with a bloody crimson light. No, it wasn't just a light that looked like blood. There was a liquid dripping down from it that looked just like... I just realized I haven't saved in a while since Actually, I haven't saved at all since I started the stream. That's not good.
血だよ。言ったろ？クルス・ノノを殺したと。
I'm gonna save just in case something happens here. Okay. The girl with the knives pointed to the corner in the darkness and grinned. I saw the silhouette of something that looked like a head. It was rolling on the ground. We're having a delusion or something? What the hell? Kurusu!
今さら後悔しても遅いぞ、宮代タクル。
これは全てお前が招いたことだ。
Oh no. She smiled and started to walk towards me.
逃げろユウト父さん
I screamed out into the hallway, but there was no answer. I heard nobody call back to me.
ああ、無駄だよ。お前の妹も弟も父親もみんな殺しておいたからな。
Woo. So angry. It's such evil laughter coming from a little girl.
あとはお前だけだ。さっさと死ね。
Why is it always the little girl that's the killer in like these Japanese stories? What? Sup, nerd?
どうしたのタクル
Wait, why did we suddenly have a delusion without having a choice for it? I guess it's part of the story. I suddenly found myself back in Kurusu's room. She was reaching a hand out toward me, concerned. She'd been stabbed because of me, but she wasn't dead. She was alive. I'm alright, Line Break. How's your day been going? It was just a delusion. You were a little girl once. Are you saying that I might have been a killer once? I wiped the sweat off my forehead and told Kurusu over and over again that I was just fine. Yet illusion. Or delusion. If I wasn't careful, it might become real. The data on the smartphone was too dangerous. Of course, that wasn't the only reason I wanted it back. Because it had sentimental reasons. Oh, the picture. The picture we'd taken together. I hadn't told Kurusu, and I never would, but that was my one precious memory. The only one I had. That's why I hadn't even made a backup. If I did, it felt like it wouldn't be as special anymore. It was a picture of my family, back when I still considered them my family. Back when things were fun. It was the one thing I owned that I really cared about.
とにかく、あれだけは何としても取り返さなきゃならないんだ。
But must stay awake for the Warriors game today. Wait. Warriors game? Are you talking about football? Are you talking about football? I don't know. I gripped Kurusu's hand softly for a second and headed for the door. She tried to get up from the bed and buckled over from the pain. I wanted to run back and help her. I wanted to run over, get her back into bed, call Dad. That's what I wanted to do. But if I went back now, she probably wouldn't let me go. So I left the room and closed the door without looking back. He closed his heart. I'm going to the game. Oh, basketball. You're a dummy. I'm sorry. I don't know anything about sports. Like, I'm totally like sports dummy. You're right. I am a dummy. I could hear her voice on the other side of the door. It stung a little. So, I probably won't see you there.
また傷が開いたかもしれない。
Because I'm such a dummy, I don't even know. I wouldn't even know where or how this sport is played. This basketball sport thing you call it.
わかった。タクラにどこ行くの？
僕にはやることがあるから。
え、そんな、タクラにひどいよ。ののねのそばに、ちょっとタクラにってば。
I ignored Yui's angry yells and ran out the door to get back what was important to me. I don't know why he's starting to like, why is it that just now he's thinking, oh my god, I gotta get my phone back. Like he's had his phone missing for how long, and then now it's just suddenly struck him like, oh, I gotta get my phone back, like now. Did you eat? I am munching on some Asian pears right now. So if you hear the odd munching, that's just me snacking. I had to get back there to AH General Hospital. So it's still Saturday. Just so you know. I think you throw a basketball into a ball or something. Wait. Something like that, right? Into a ball? Asian pears, the big, juicy, moist thing. What? They're like, you know, they look kind of like apples. They look kind of like yellow apples, but they're technically pears, you know. Kurusu stared silently at the closed door. Her heart was filled with regret. She should have tried harder to stop him. She should have ignored the wound in her stomach and clung to him harder. Fortunately, the wound didn't seem to have opened. In that instant, her father Sakuma's words had come back to her. If you push yourself too hard and that wound opens up again, it might leave a scar. His words had stopped her, and Takeru Miyashiro had left. Oh, I thought you were using pears as a euphemism for ass. My bad. Okay. Okay. In the end, maybe she only cared about herself. Is that what you call pears, you know? Is that what you mean when you say pears to other people? It was true that she didn't want to lose her family, but... Yes. That's your secret code word for it. She picked up the smartphone that had fallen to the floor when she stumbled out of bed. She opened the screen with trembling hands. On the screen was... Minami Sawa. That was the dead friend, wasn't it?
すまん、待たせた。
Ito saw us from across the street and ran over. This is why Ami thinks my personality sucks.
いや、それよりも声。
すまん。
Ito quickly lowered his voice.
こっちこそすまないな。こんな時間に。
タクと私たちの仲だもん。
それに、お前一人で行かせて何かあったら、女帝に殺される。
When I heard the word Empress, I remembered how desperately Kurusu had tried to stop me. I shook my head a little to drive the image out of my mind. After I'd left yesterday, I'd gone straight to Tokyo General Hospital. This time, I wouldn't be able to just blunder in like I had when I snuck into the psych ward. I spent a whole night looking at the locations of the ER entrance and emergency exits as well as the security system. And then, I spent today pretending to be a visiting patient while I scouted the inside and in the evening headed to Setika's house. I wanted to do it alone, but I'd realized that it would be too dangerous. I needed a partner who could contact Shinjo immediately if something happened, and the only two people I could ask were Setika and Ito.
うまく取り戻せるといいな、スマホ。ここの連中が犯人と関係あるかどうか知らねえけど、やっぱりあれを渡したままにしておくのはまずい。
ああ、おかしな着信もあったしな。
思い出させるなよ。今考えても恐ろしい。
I cancelled my phone contract immediately, but somehow it had called Ito. That had scared the hell out of me. And unlike older cell phones, a smartphone was filled with personal information. There was no way I could let them keep it.
それにさ、あれには大事なものが入ってるもんね。
何が？
素直じゃないのって良くないこともあると思うな。怪我してるのんちゃんを喜ばせてあげてもいいのにね。
ま、宮代らしいけど。
悪かったな。
Your stream is perfect for working.
お前が調べたデータだと、そろそろ警備が交代する時間だろ。
Are you at work right now? Oh, and also, sorry if you hear my kid in the background. He's homesick from school. Use because your voice is soothing AF. But I wasn't even talking. That was the game talking. But thank you, Line Break. Wait, what do you do at work, by the way, that you're able to like hang out on Twitch? Just out of curiosity.
あ、
We nodded to each other and jogged along the wall surrounding AH Tokyo General Hospital.
ここまでは予定通り。いや、むしろ上々だな。
Ito was right. Getting into the hospital had proved easier than planned. A big part of it was that I'd memorized the way in, but the biggest advantage we had was that the rear staff entrance was unlocked for some reason. If that had been locked, we would have had to go through the ER entrance. That would mean we'd probably be caught by the staff, but just as I was starting to worry, Sedeka had turned the doorknob and told me that it was unlocked. Med student, I'm doing half research slash clinical stuff. So hear my white noise. I am actually really incredibly surprised you are a med student. I'm like blown away that you are a med student. Wow, I'm amazed. Kudos to you. What the fuck? Excuse me. I don't know. Maybe now. I don't know, the being a med student is hard. And you're Lime, you know? Back Halloween, 12 AM, let's go. Okay, I'll see you there. I'll meet you there at 12 AM. Wink, wink. I suddenly remembered what had happened when I first snuck and almost stopped for a second to think. But then I drove the idea from my mind. I needed to focus on getting that phone right now. It was nighttime at the hospital and this wasn't a ward where patients were kept. The lobby was pitch dark. Sometimes I could hear a strange unpleasant sound like two pieces of metal touching. Because I'm weird and I go drinking a lot? I mean, thinking back on it now, the fact that you drink a lot isn't very surprising now. Because you're a med student. Shots fired! We dropped down low and tried to move quietly. Someone could spot us at any moment. It was the middle of autumn and I could still feel cold sweat running down my back.
問題はスマホがどこにあるかだよね。
I mean, being a med student is pretty stressful. Is it stressful? It's a hard life. So, kudos to you, Lime. You still love me? Aww. Aww. I love you too, Lime. I love you too. That girl was definitely the one who picked it up. Which meant that finding her would be the fastest way, but I had no way of knowing where she was.
だからって、病院の中を全部探して回るわけにもいかないしな。
あの日、どこであの子と会ったんだっけ？
I retraced our steps on that day. It was in the psych ward. First we'd hidden in the bathroom and then...
精神科の病棟へ入った。
Called it. That's where we'd seen the sumo stickers drawn on the walls in blood.
ってことは、まずはそこに行かなきゃいけないってことか？
いや、何もそこまでする必要は。
Cause you're lime is what Ami says too when I say something non-lime-esque. Cause you know, Lime, you're Lime. That's all there is to it. I didn't want to go back there.
病棟から逃げるときに非常階段を使った。階段をずっと降りていって、そこでスマホを落としてあの子に拾われた。
となると、その非常階段に向かえばいいってことか。どっちだ？
それが逃げるのに夢中だったからはっきりとした場所かな。
I hadn't been able to remember when I'd been scouting the place out this afternoon either.
多分あっちかも。
Sedeka started to move forward, looking around as she walked.
覚えてるのか？
なんとなくだけど。
Sedeka walked forward, hesitantly. We followed.
ここか？
違うかな。
いや、そうだったかもしれない。
There was a steel door to the emergency stairs in front of us. I turned the knob and softly pushed it. It was a little heavy, but it opened without catching on anything. This one wasn't locked either, evidently. This is a very secure hospital. I would trust being in the care of it. The emergency stairs stretched up and down, illuminated by the cold fluorescent lights. As I stared at them, I realized that I remembered coming down these stairs.
どうだ？うん、多分ここだ。すごいな、物絵は。
いひひ、褒められちゃった。
Sedaka grinned.
よし、行こう。ああ。
We carefully walked down the dimly lit staircase. I started to get more and more nervous. Even if I had done my homework before I'd come here, wasn't this even easier than last time? Maybe we're being led into a trap. Maybe something terrible is waiting up ahead to swallow us? I tried to shake my head and drive the thoughts out of my mind.
あの子、今夜もまたどこかを歩いてるのかな。
どうだろう。
What was she doing with an old woman in a dark hallway at that hour anyway? Wait. That was a woman? I thought it was an old man. I thought it was an old man. Where did she come from? And where did she go? Also, if I did run into her again, what should I do? Ideally, I'd get my phone back without causing too much of a fuss, but I couldn't imagine things would be that easy. For now, I thought of an escape route, but it still might be dangerous.
ね、タク、ほら、あれ。
We'd reached the end of the staircase. There was a cold steel door in front of us. There were no further stairs to go down. Past this door should be the hallway where I dropped my phone.
もうここまで来たんだ。
What did you think I did as a living? A cracked out homeless man? I thought maybe you did something like retail. Some really cushy job where you could just like sit around and do nothing. You know. I told myself that there was no time for second thoughts and nodded at Sedaka and Ito. Then I put my hand on the cold doorknob. Fortunately, it wasn't locked either. I looked down the hallway as I listened to the loud creaking of the hinges. Darn, actually a compliment.
誰もいないね。
Wait, how does that compliment? Calling you Gucci? I don't know. I wasn't exactly saying Gucci here, you know. I did say a place where you could stand around and do nothing at all. Sedaka and Ito both looked a little relieved. There was no one in the hallway at all. We slipped past opened the doorway and proceeded down the hallway, being careful not to make any noise. Maybe it was my imagination, but the air seemed more stale here than it did upstairs. Identical doors stretched out on either side, and there was no way to know what was in each room. The letters on the plates were too small to read in the dim light, unless you squinted. I got close to one to try and read it when...
Oi! 誰が来る?
Calling me sugar daddy feels well, man. Will you be my sugar daddy, Lime? I need money for games and stuffs. I listened carefully, and sure enough, from behind I heard footsteps. Nuke's fired. I'm Lime. I'm sour. Very slow footsteps. And not just one pair. They were slow, as if taking one step at a time. I knew those footsteps. Those footsteps were... Dun dun dun. I mean, come on, it's like an old woman. It's an old woman and a little kid. They need to walk slowly. They're scared of an old woman and a little girl. The door to the emergency exit was the same way the footsteps were coming from. There was no time to get back there now. I slid inside the door directly next to us. Just before I did though, I saw the horrible words written on the plate next to the door.
何ここ？ロッカールーム？
The walls were covered in steel cabinets. Wait, why was he horrified? Oh, it's the morgue? Wait, why would there be a morgue in the psych ward? I thought they were in the psych ward when they dropped his phone. They were just big enough for someone to lie down in. This place was...
そうだ。もしかしたらこの中に隠れられたかもしれないよ。
No, we're not gonna do this. Setika put her hands on one of the cabinet doors. Why, Setika? Why? Why are you so like baka? The words on the plate had read autopsy room. Oof. Which meant that what was inside was... Okay, so wait, they weren't on the psych ward then when they dropped his phone. And they also said they went down the stairs as far as they could. And then there was a door. So that means they're more likely on the last floor of the hospital, which makes more sense. Usually the autopsy and morgue are like down in the basement. I closed my eyes, imagining what I was about to see inside.
どうしたの？タク。
And usually like the psych ward I think are on higher floors. Your face is a basement. Ooh. That was a real burn there. I opened my eyes when she spoke and saw there was no one. No, nothing inside.
なんか変なロッカーだね。
It's not a locker, Setika.
おのえ、これロッカーじゃなくて。
I whispered to her and she went pale. Ito must have figured it out too because so did he.
とにかくこの中に隠れるなんてごめんな。どこか別の場所を探そう。
The footsteps were still approaching from down the hallway, and for some reason it felt like they were coming toward this room.
嘘だろ。なんで解剖室なんかに。
This wasn't a place that anyone would ordinarily choose to visit. Ito was panicking too.
宮代、どうする？こっちに来るぞ。
Sorry, hope your son didn't see you cry just now. I listened carefully again. There was no doubt. The footsteps were definitely coming this way. But I didn't see any place in the room we could hide. Except one. Oh, it's back into the cabinets. Back into the body lockers. Setika was shaking a little, but she put her hand on one of the cabinet doors.
バカ！そこはダメだって。隠れるなら他ってどこだ？
I looked around and didn't see any other place in the room where three of us could hide.
早くしないと来ちゃうよ。
I didn't have a choice. I had to do it. If the lamp on the cabinet was green, does that mean it was empty? Or did it mean the opposite? I felt all the hairs on my neck stand on end, but still, I managed to pull open the door. Thankfully, there was nothing inside. Setika was normally a ditz. Oh, I wanted to read that. Hold on. Let me see. But at times like this, she was really courageous. Okay. Her whole body was shaking, but she managed to jump in first.
タク、もう一人入れるよ。
Hi, Florin. How are you?
私一人じゃ怖いよ。お願いだよ。
She wants someone to crawl in with her. She grabbed my hand from inside. She was right. Since Setika was so small, there was room for another person in here.
Ito, 悪いがここに3人は無理だ。お前は隣へ。
Oh no, Ito! What if all the other cabinets are full of bodies? I'm good on the bed. How are you? I'm good.
おのえを一人にしとくわけいかない。
Just enjoying some spoopy, mystery visual novel here.
俺だってこんなところに一人は嫌だ。
And then the footsteps outside stopped. Just as I expected, they stopped right outside the store. I felt the terror like someone was pointing a cold knife at my back.
待っていてください。今ドアを開けますから。
I heard a voice outside.
もうダメだ。
Did I
とにか
just
く入れ、糸。
Did I just witness a man get third wheeled? A little bit. They couldn't share the body locker with their friend Ito, so yeah.
いや、待て、やめ。
There's not enough room in those lockers, okay? Those body lockers. They're only meant to hold one body at a time. I ignored Ito and yanked open the door next to mine, and then I pushed him in headfirst. What if there was a body in there? He didn't even look. Damn, son. I bet you there's a body in there that he just shoved his friend into. Ito held his hands over his mouth to desperately stifle a scream. As soon as he was all the way inside, I shut the door. Oh my god. It would be really bad if it was closed all the way, so I left him a little gap. And then I crouched inside and slit next to Serika. I bet you there was a body inside. That's why I was screaming. I brought the door close, leaving just enough of a gap that I couldn't be seen from the outside. The inside of the cabinet was hard and cold. It made sense since no one who was in here would ever complain. It's my body. Since I was pushed up against Serika, the parts of my body that were touching hers felt strangely warm. But we didn't have enough time to enjoy each other's warmth. Florin, thank you so much for that host. I looked outside, holding my breath to make as little noise as possible. Who do we see? Just a moment later, they came inside. There were 5 or 6 of them. I was sure it would be all old people, but some of them were middle-aged or young men. If it was just old people, I was planning on stealing it by force if I had to, but that was impossible now. But what were they doing in a place like this? And then I started to wonder again. A sudden, horrible fantasy made my whole body shiver. Were they already dead, and this was where they slept? That was impossible. This wasn't a horror movie or something, right? I tried to tell myself I was being silly, but I could tell I was shaking. Serika was probably no different. She was clinging to me like a little child. And then I remembered. This was a lot like what had happened before, when the 2 of us had seen that terrifying sight as children. Oh my goodness. At some point, I started holding her back. I squinted into the darkness. I could see several shadows moving about. The strange men, and one of them was clearly different than the others. Are you scared, Lime? That small girl. She slowly walked across the room, straight toward where we were hiding. Did she find us? My heart started to pound faster. But it seemed that wasn't the case. The men followed her across my field of vision and stopped in a corner in front of an empty wall. Scared only for there? For dar? She opened what looked like a small breaker box on the wall. You know, those things with the yellow warning sign and black or red text that reads "Danger, high voltage"? Scared only for that. And then she took something out of her pocket and slid it inside the box. There was a loud noise on the other side of the wall. Secret wall. The girl shut the door to the breaker box, then put her hand on the wall and slid it to the side. It's a secret door. Secret door. The wall opened easily, as if it was weightless. It must have been some kind of sliding door. She led the men inside and vanished. Top secret door. The wall closed, and the dissection room was quiet again.
隠し扉だったのか。
びっくりしたね。
ああ、もう大丈夫だ。
I waited for a while to make sure she wasn't coming back, then finally opened the cabinet door. Seneca and I crawled out. I took a deep breath of air into my lungs.
なんかここって秘密基地みたい。
そうだな。
Why would they build a huge mechanism like this? What was going on at that hospital? And what was on the other side of that wall? Wait, he says that hospital like they're not standing in the hospital itself right now. I knocked softly on the door of Ito's cabinet. Ito leapt out of the cabinet. His face was pale and his hand was over his mouth.
静かにしてくれ。
He crouched down to the ground, trying his best not to scream. It was only then I realized that the cabinet I'd stuffed Ito in was already occupied. I could see that the lamp above the door was red. I hadn't had time to check, but still, that was a horrible thing to do to someone.
Shin-chan, 大丈夫？
すまない。非常事態だったんだ。
Poor Ito.
非常事態じゃなかったら今頃ただじゃ済ましてねえぞ。って
ほんと悪い。
I don't think sorry could make up for something like that.
もういい。それより行こうぜ。ほら。
Ito staggered to his feet. And plopped down. But then he collapsed to the floor. I waited for him to calm down and then opened the door to the breaker box like the girl had done.
隠し扉だって？
ああ。
I looked deep inside the box. There was an RFID scanner like the ones they use at trains' turnstiles inside.
これじゃカードがないと開かない。
That wasn't good. What should we do now? I hadn't anticipated this. But then Seneca, who had been fiddling around with different parts of the wall, let out a small cry.
なんだ？
これ、ちゃんと閉まってないよ。
何？
Seneca pointed to her feet. The wall was set to slide upon rails on the floor, but some kind of cloth had gotten stuck and jammed them. So the door wasn't shut all the way.
伊藤、手を貸せ。
OK。
よっ。
The two of us yanked the door to the side. We heard a loud clunk, like something was unlocking, and then the wall started to slide open. One of the men had dropped a handkerchief or something onto the rails. When Seneca had pulled it off, the door began to move more freely.
Oh.
Ooh. All that was left was to slide the door open, and beyond it was...
また階段だぜ。
More stairs. I could see stairs going down. There was a sub-basement below the hospital basement. The place was protected by very elaborate camouflage.
なんかやばい雰囲気だな。
どうする？タク。
ここまで来たんだ。僕は行くよ。
To be honest, I was terrified at what I might find down there. But this was something I had to do, no matter what. For just a moment, I thought of Kurusu.
タクル、お願いだから、これ以上はやめて。もう、やめて。
尾上、伊藤、お前たちはここで待ってても。
冗談じゃねえよ。
Ito looked at the cabinets on the wall and moaned a little.
私も行く。いざとなったらタクを守らなきゃ。
逆だろ。さっき怖いって震えてたのは誰だよ。
そんなことしてないもん。
We all looked at each other and nodded a little, then began to descend the staircase. As we went down, it got darker, and the air got heavier and more humid.
大丈夫か、尾上。
And after we'd gone down for a few minutes, we ran into a door. We'd probably gone down about a floor. I turned the knob and it opened easily. Maybe it hadn't been locked to begin with. I mean, the other door was locked, so why would they need to lock that one?
ここは。
It was a dimly lit, musty-smelling hallway. It was clear that the place hadn't been abandoned and there wasn't a layer of dust everywhere. It even felt like it had been cleaned. But it felt so old. There was a sense of desolation as if no one had wanted to use this place for anything for a very long time. Had it been like this since the hospital above us was built? And this air, I knew it. The sides of my head started to hurt as the horrible memories came back.
ねえ、タク、
Sedeka seemed to remember too. That's right. This was the place. I didn't know how we'd done it, but when we were kids, the two of us had snuck in here into the basement of AH Tokyo General Hospital. We were trying to investigate an urban legend about Amy. And then, Sedeka and I... we'd seen it. I tried to avoid thinking about it as much as I possibly could, but I'd failed. The memory would come back to me, then fade, and then come back again. As I'd grown up, I'd even tried to convince myself that I'd never seen anything at all, but I'd failed at that too. It was so unreal, like something out of a nightmare, but something in my heart told me that it was real. And it was real, after all. Yes, it was real. I was sure of it. I'm trying to figure out who this girl might be. She's got, like, pigtails? It's not really clear as to what color her hair is in this lighting.
Oi, どうしたんだよ、二人とも。
Ito realized that there was something wrong with Sedeka and I and tried to pull us back up the stairs, but we couldn't do that. There was suddenly footsteps behind us. I could hear what sounded like the panting of a beast behind me. I could feel its warm, stinking breath on my neck. What?
何かいる。
I couldn't turn around. I wanted to fall to the ground in terror, but if I did that, I knew somehow that the thing behind me would attack. Suddenly I heard Sedeka's thin, frail voice. She should have been right next to me, but for some reason I couldn't see her.
Oh no.
And then her voice cut off. And then there was the sound of something being crushed. What? What happened, guys? What suddenly is going on? And then the sound of someone squishing something and mixed with it was the sound of snapping bones. Ito turned around and suddenly froze with terror.
Miyashiro. あれなんなんだよ。おい。
No, you idiot, don't look. If you look, it will kill you. So don't look. A bloody piece of meat fell to the ground at our feet. It was what used to be Seneca. Ito screamed. I couldn't help myself. I turned around to look at what he was seeing, and what I saw was... What is this? Are we dreaming? Why is it wearing like a schoolgirl outfit? Also, it was standing there, moaning in a voice that was filled with hatred and pain. Gigalomaniacs. What happened? This seems like a good place to stop, right? Actually, in all seriousness, I probably should consider stopping soon. But you know what, I'm gonna keep going maybe for about 10-15 more minutes. What was that? What the hell was that? A giant woman with a head like a sumo sticker? It was almost like a bad joke. I wanted to laugh. This hilarious looking monster was gonna be what killed me? What the hell kind of death was that? If you laugh, that thing isn't scary at all. Ha ha ha. That's right, just laugh them away. Laugh them spoops away. The giant woman's hands stretched out for me. As it moaned in pain, its arms moved in to crush me. And suddenly my vision went blank. I couldn't see anything. Then I realized it had probably crushed my eyes. That hilarious-looking sumo sticker woman had crushed my eyes. I was going to be torn apart like Seneca and killed. It was the funniest thing in the world. Could you even imagine anything stupider?
Oi, 何をしている?
Suddenly I heard a sharp voice next to me. Something moved over my mouth to stop me from laughing. I was grabbed from behind, and thin but powerful arms were wrapped around my neck. It hurt. I couldn't breathe.
おとなしくしろ。それ以上バカでかい声を上げるな。静かにするなら話してやる。でなければ、このまま締め落とす。
I nodded as hard as I could, and then the hands around my neck relaxed, and it became much easier to breathe. My vision came back at the same time. Whoever had grabbed me had covered my eyes as well as my mouth. They hadn't been crushed after all.
あの女は化け物は。
だから落ち着け。お前は。
I doubled over in pain as she punched me in the stomach. Oof. I could feel stomach acid coming up into my throat and burning it, but the pain made my head feel much clearer. When I looked up, I didn't see a monster with the head of a sumo sticker anymore. Just a dark, musty hallway.
あれ、今のはただの幻覚。
大丈夫か？おい。
尾上、人。僕は何を？
なんか発作を起こしたんだよ。しかも急に叫び出して。
私たちもパニックになりそうだったの。そしたら久野里さんが助けてくれて。
Kunosato just appeared out of nowhere. Saved the day. Kunosato? Wasn't that... Oh, right. The girl who was with Shinjo?
全く素人どもがこんなところで何をしている?
Yeah, I remembered that cold voice. I looked back at the speaker.
やっぱりこの人か。
お前たち誰かに連れてこられたというわけではなさそうだな。まさか忍び込んできたのか。どうやって？
どうって。
Skills.
私たちですらここのキーを入手するのにかなりの苦労を強いられたんだ。
Sure, we had a bit of a bad time in the autopsy room, but it hadn't really been that hard to get here. None of the doors had been locked. When I told her that, Kunosato glared at us with suspicious eyes.
久野里。
まあいい。とにかく邪魔だ。今すぐ帰れ。
おいおい、そりゃないだろ。助けてくれたのは感謝するけどさ、いきなり邪魔者扱いとか。
The next instant, Kunosato had closed the gap between Ito and herself and started strangling him.
騒ぐなと言ったのが聞こえなかったのか。
Yeah, they're making an awful lot of noises for trying to be sneaky. Ito nodded, tears coming out of his eyes. I could understand why. I didn't know how she could store so much power in her tiny body, but I just felt it for myself. Ito rubbed his throat in pain as she let him go.
もう一度言う。邪魔だ。帰れ。
Her voice was intimidating enough that I almost obeyed, but we'd come here for a reason, and... This place had something to do with our past. If I could, I wanted to find out what happened then. Maybe we could be rid of the nightmare that had been making us suffer for so long. So even though she scared me, I needed to tell her straight.
僕たちは
私たちはやらなきゃいけないことがあってきたんです。そんな風に頭ごなしに帰れって言われても帰れません。
You tell her, Seneca.
おのえ
That was what I was trying to say.
おのえお前おのえセリカか。
そうですけど。
Yes, that right. That English.
何か？
いや、とにかく帰るんだ。
危険なのは分かってます。でも僕たちだってどうしても。
誰がお前たちの心配をしている？
え？
So cold.
私は私の目的があってここにいる。お前たちに勝手な行動をされて、その目的の遂行を邪魔されては困ると、そう言ってるんだ。
How cold?
その目的って何なんです？
お前たちには関係ない。
She turned around and started to walk away.
いいですよ。だったら僕たちも勝手にしますから。
しますから。
何？
She turned around and stared at us. Her glare was like a fierce panther's. I swallowed my words, but Seneca didn't.
理由も話せないような人の言うことになんて従えません。
貴様。
さあ、タク、しんちゃんも行こう。急いでタクのスマホ見つけなきゃ。
ああ。
やっぱ女っていざって時強えな。
Ito whispered in my ear.
だったらおとなしくついてこい。私の言うことに逆らうなよ。
いいんすか？
Ito had become very polite toward her after she strangled him.
時間がないんだ。しかも、ここまで慎重に調査を進めてきたのに、お前たちが見つかったり、騒ぎを起こされでもしたら、すべてが水の泡になる。
Her arrogant manner was almost enough to make me talk back to her, but then I realized something. If she'd done a lot of careful investigation, that meant she had information that we didn't. So wouldn't it be better to pretend to obey for now?
それで最後にはこっちが利用してやる。
話は終わりだ。壁沿いに静かについてこい。大きな音や声は出すな。
She looked down the hallway and then moved over to the wall, and then she started to move, quickly and quietly. I made eye contact with Ito and Seneca, then followed her. The further down the hallway we went, the darker it got. The lights were sporadically placed and half of them were burnt out. You had to look carefully to see more than a few meters ahead. The only things I had to guide me were the black-haired girl in front of me and the wall that I was touching with my hand. The wall hadn't been repaired for a long time. In some places the paint had fallen off and in parts the steel beams underneath were exposed. This place must have been built a long, long time ago. We walked through the underground labyrinth as quietly as we could. None of my 5 senses were of any use to me now, and I had no idea where I was or how I had gotten there. But Kunosato seemed to know exactly where she was going. Looking back, maybe we were lucky to meet her. I mean, she did kind of snap him out of his, delusion. I had no idea how long we'd been walking, but we finally came to a part of the hallway with a row of doors on the opposite wall. The doors were made of steel and looked very strong. On the upper part of each was what looked like a number plate. There were tiny windows on the doors, but they had thick bars on them. They looked like the solitary confinement cells I'd seen on a TV show once.
この中に人が？いや、まさかな。
The space beyond the bars was pitch black, and I couldn't tell if there was anything inside.
なんか気味悪いな。
だから黙って歩け。
すいません。
Ito quickly apologized, but Kunosato turned around, walked up to him, and wrapped her hand around his throat again.
遊びじゃないんだ。お前死ぬぞ。
Ito nodded again and again until she finally glared at him one last time and let him go. He put his hand to his throat and moaned a little. It was obvious that Kunosato wasn't messing around. Maybe this place was more dangerous than I thought. Suddenly I heard the sound of someone pounding the door from the inside. Someone was inside?
何なんだよ、おい。
静かにしろ。騒ぐな。
But... We almost screamed, but when we saw Kunosato's glare, we quickly put our hands over our mouths. What was that noise? Or that voice? Sadaka tugged frantically at my arm. Then Ito grabbed onto my too. I wanted to cling to someone too, but there was no one for me to grab. Why not just grab each other?
あっちの扉の中から目が。
何？
I looked over where Ito was pointing and tried to see for myself, but I couldn't see anything.
気のせいだろ。
いや、確かに見た。間違いなく目だった。
Now there was singing. I could hear a girl singing in a tiny, barely audible voice. Creak, creak. A woman was pushing an old baby carriage down the hallway towards us. She was the one singing. Sadaka and Ito cringed in terror. My heart was beating so fast and so loud that I could hear that sound echoing in my ears.
壁に張り付いてじっとしているわ。向こうにはこっちが見えていない。いいから喋るな。
Kunosato pushed her back up against the wall and stopped breathing. We did the same, our bodies shaking with fear as we moved.
もっとお歌歌ってほしいのね。
Oh, this is kind of a creepy scene. The sound of the creaking old carriage got closer and closer as the woman passed near us. Kunosato was right. Her eyes were hazy, out of focus, and she didn't seem to notice us. But she was only a meter away. Slowly, slowly, she sang as she pushed the carriage right past us. Ito was so terrified his body started to spasm. He gave a small cry. The woman stopped right in front of us and slowly turned around. Her empty eyes stared at us, and then slowly, jerkily, like a broken machine, she tilted her head. We clung to the wall and held our breath, unable to move a muscle. We were too scared to even close our eyes. I couldn't take anymore. I wanted out. I wanted to get away from here. If I stayed here another minute, I was going to go crazy. The woman stared at us for what felt like hours, but then she looked forward once more, as if nothing had happened, and started to walk again. We almost collapsed to the ground in relief. I couldn't take my eyes off of her as she disappeared into the darkness.
自分たちがどういう場所にいるのか。
Even
少
as
し
we'd
は分かったか。
been almost crushed by the terror, Kunosato had been completely calm.
帰りたいと泣いても、もう遅いからな。そこが目的の部屋だ。
Alright, I think I'm gonna leave it off here. So we're gonna save. It is now 2:45, so I gotta get going. I'll just leave it here because I think if I exit the game, it'll just close the game. So we're just gonna leave it on the screen. And let's see if we can possibly raid somebody. Maybe we'll read here. Okay, we'll read this person. They are playing some Long Dark, and they are a fellow small streamer, so we'll go and say hello. For those of you that are still here, maybe. But yeah, thank you to everybody who came out today and hung out. I think we're getting closer to the end of this game. I'm not sure. But it's been interesting. It's getting way more interesting now. And I think I will probably continue this game tomorrow morning if I'm up for another morning stream. Hopefully. But yeah. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. And I will see you guys in the next stream.